process?
Well, according to the evidence,
The attack on the admissibility was obtained under duress, but at what stage of the process?
on the 4th of March, when the so-called interviews took place on the 4th of March 2024. The court is aware of accused one's plea in terms of section 115, so
Yes,
it's
I'm aware of that.
and that is the reason for contesting the admissibility of the so-called confession.
As set out in the plea, the acts performed as claimed, by whom were they performed, so that we know which witnesses we're going to deal with?
My Lord, my instructions are that the accused might be able to identify two or three of the members.
But he doesn't know their identities.
He cannot say what their names are. He was under the impression they were police officers, but they didn't wear police uniform. There were a variety, 6 or 7 of them. The whole process of...
And where did that happen?
At the sea border premises, where the witness now has indicated where he was taken to on the 4th.
So that would have been before they were taken to the people that took the statements?
Indeed, my Lord. They were only arrested and taken to make the so-called...
So the allegations relate to what happened at the sea border police section?
All the events, all the actions, all the...
Then we know.
I will only refer to the 3rd specifically to get a 3rd of March to get a kick-off point.
I heard the witness saying yesterday that he requested a Brigadier Hanana to make some arrangements to get the officers to take the statements, etc.
Yes, my Lord.
Can you tell me whether Brigadier Hanana's evidence will be in dispute?
Lord, well, I have no idea, or I cannot say that I know what Brigadier Hanana's evidence would be, but if it is going to be...
Don't you have a statement?
From Brigadier Hanana?
Yes.
No, I didn't look at the statement. Okay. I didn't see a statement from Brigadier Hanana. I'm going from the point that...
I just don't want us to be on a fishing expedition in the trial within a trial. Let's focus. It's about admissibility. Allegation is whatever was made under duress.
Yes.
And that happened at the sea border police.
Indeed, my Lord. Indeed, my Lord.
Compound, if one can call it that.
Yes.
Then we know we can focus.
That is it.
Thank you. Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you, my Lord. Thank you. My Lord, I had an opportunity to go through the alleged statement thoroughly, and I have perused it with fine comb. On my perusal, what I've realized is that the statement is not an unequivocal admission of guilty that is required by law.
So it's not a confession?
It's not a confession.
That's fine.
It's not a confession, my Lord, number one. Number two, if I argue that it was an admission, even then I will argue that it was only an admission of fact admitted under the following circumstances.
Okay.
My client is not the author of the admission. The admission was prescribed to him. That means he never made those admissions freely and voluntarily. He was tortured. Therefore, it cannot be said that he made them under sober senses or sound mind, and he was unduly influenced.
Thank you.
Can never, my lord, be admitted, therefore, as an admission.
And this undue influence, and it also amounts to duress, is that, can we place it at a location and time? Is it also at the sea border police?
At the sea border, my lord, after he was beaten, his private parts being pinched at Jacobs Bay Ocean.
Okay,
He was taken then to sea border officers.
right.
Thank you, my lord.
So we can effectively, have a seat, it's fine. So we can effectively limit the inquiry for now as to what occurred at the Sea Border Police compound. Of course, there might be evidence subject to what is put to the witnesses, where the state might need to call other witnesses to either dispel the allegation or to provide corroboration for the other witnesses. We're going to limit that. Insofar as it relates to accused number 2, Ms. Swanepoel, your colleague is of the view that it's not a confession. So, strictly speaking, then, we have a choice. We can either deal with it within the trial, or it will be dealt with in the main trial. Do you have any views on that? You indicated yesterday you are of the view it's a confession, in other words, an unequivocal statement that amounts to an admission on all the elements of the offence.
Indeed, my lord. My
So I'm
lord,
going to make a ruling. We will rather caution, we will rather be cautious and deal with it on a trial within the trial basis to prevent that there's any prejudice to the accused at a later stage. So thank you. Do you have any further questions to Captain Lombard? Captain Lombard, you are still under oath.
I do, my lord, if I may. Thank you.
I expected that. Normally happens when you end up at the end of the day and the witness stands over till the next morning. That's par for the course.
Thank you, my lord. Captain, throughout your presence at the offices at Sea Border and FCS,
Die hele tyd in die teenwoordigheid met Sea Border en met FCS
on the 4th of March, leading over to the morning of the 5th of March,
op die 4de Maart tot en met die 5de Maart die volgende dag.
was there any assault whatsoever
Was daar enige aanranding
perpetrated on any of the two accused?
wat aan enige van die beskuldigdes sou gedoen was?
Helaas waren daar geen aanranding in my teenwoordigheid plaasgevind nie.
No assault took place in my presence.
Daar was ook geen aanranding aan ons gerapporteer nie.
No assault was even reported to us.
Yes, thank you. There is an objection, Ms. Mkabai.
It's not an objection, my lord. I wanted to be clear to this question. Was the question whether there was any assault perpetrated by the accused?
No, on the accused.
Perpetrated on the accused.
accused.
Thank you, my lord.
And because the interview started on the 4th, it went up to the early morning of the 5th. So the prosecutor had cast the net wide to cover the whole area. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. I understand you to say that you were present there on the premises for the duration of the time when the accused were there, except for the time when you went to the house of the lady.
Ek verstaan nie dat u die hele tyd so wees daar op die perseel gedurende waar die beskuldigdes daar was, behalwe die tyd toe u nou weg was na die huis van die dame.
Dis die rede daarvoor.
That's correct.
But of course, you were also moving between FCS and the boardroom.
We het ook tussen die FCS en die boardroom beweeg.
Dis die rede daarvoor.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you at any stage hear anything that sounded like an assault?
Het u op enige stadium gehoor iets wat so geklink het soos aanranding?
Nee, maar ek het ook nie met my tye wat ek daarbo gewees het opgelet dat die verdagtes op 'n enige manier gelyk het op na assault of bang of met my ondervinding het ek al mense gesien wat beklei, wat hulle geveg gewees het onmiddellik of geslaan gewees het. En ek het nie dieselfde gesien wat ek gesien het, wat ek by hulle gesien het. Ek kan wel sê dat hulle nervous gelyk het.
When my arrival, my lord, I didn't see anything that they could have been assaulted. In my experience, I saw people fighting, but when I looked at them, they didn't appear like there was an assault, but they appeared to be nervous.
You did say that you saw that accused number one had an eye, a blue eye, or
U
swollen
het gesê
eye.
u het opgelet dat beskuldigde nommer 1 'n blou oog gehad het.
Dis reg gedagte, maar
That's correct, my lord.
Did you see any injuries except for that?
Behalwe hierdie blou oog het u enige ander beserings opgelet.
nee, maar ek het nie na hulle liggame gaan inspekteer om te kyk of er enige ander beserings is nie.
No, my lord, I didn't inspect on their bodies to see whether is there any injuries.
In respect of this blue eye or swollen blue eye of accused number one, did you ask him anything in connection therewith?
In verband met die blou oog of opgeswelde blou oog, het u van enige vraag gevra in verband met dit?
Ek het van gevra oor die blou oog en of hy aangeraak gewees en gesê nee.
I asked him about the blue eye, my lord, and I asked him whether was he assaulted, and he said no.
When you say that no assault was reported to us, I think that was the specific translation. What do you mean? Do you mean verbal report, or what do you mean?
As u sou sê geen aanranding was aan u en gerapporteer, sê u dit was mondelik of wat bedoel u daarmee? Mondelik of wat bedoel u daarmee?
As daar 'n geveg is tussen ons as polisielede en gemeenskaplede,
If there's a fight between us, police, and community people, only community members,
ons moet dit rapporteer aan ons seniors.
we must report that to our seniors.
Daai tyd toe ons bestuurbode was, ons het geen mondelikse aanmelding gemaak aan my.
At the stage when we at sea borders, my lord, no report was made to me
Dat er enige fisiese interaksie gewees het tussen die verdagtes en van die lede nie.
that there were no physical interactions between the members and this suspects or suspects.
Were you a senior officer
As a senior, was it senior?
involved in this interviews with the accused?
Gedurende die aanhouding met beskuldigdes.
Dis reg, Edward, Redia Nange was ook op die perseel gewees. Hy was die senior.
But he wasn't involved in the interview.
Dis reg, Edward.
That's correct, my lord. But Brigadier Anana was also there, but he was more senior than.
Did he have contact with the accused?
Had he contact met die beskuldigdes gehad?
Redia Nange was nooit daarbo by die seebode kantore nie.
Brigadier Anana never went to the seaborder offices.
Because we're not talking about the boardroom and the adjacent office.
Ja, hy was glad nie daarbo gewees nie.
He was not up there, my lord, at all.
I asked just for my understanding to get a clear picture. Can you give us an idea? I understand that you referred to Seaborder being the boer, the top office. This is my picture in my head, and FCS being under. So how far are these two buildings? Are they separate buildings, and how far are they from one another?
En u vir ons 'n prentjie skets in verband met die Seaborder, waar FCS en Seaborder se kantore is. Hoe ver is hulle van mekaar?
En agter die perseel self het een ingang, 'n groot dek.
The premises itself got one entrance, a big gate, my lord.
En as jy inkom by die hek, dan is soos jy die breedte van die saal, dan begin, as jy inkom by die hek waar die ingang hier is, dan waar daai deur is, min of meer, is jy begin die Seaborder kantore.
If you enter, my lord, with the width of this hall, if you entered on where the door is, that would be the offices of Seaborder.
Seaborder kantore loop in 'n L, so 'n L-formasie gebou.
It was shaped in L.
As jy aan die linkerkant van die kantore omry,
If you would go around on the left-hand side of these offices,
dan is daar so afdrand,
there would be like a ditch going down.
en dan kom jy by die kantore van die FCS kantore.
Then we would reach the offices of FCS.
So die Seaborder kantore is 'n bietjie hoër gebou, van is meer op 'n bult.
The Seaborder would be a building which has been built a little bit up.
So let's just get, so it's about the width of this hall.
Dit sal die breedte van die saal is.
Dis die distansie wat ek nou kan dink van die myn ingang af tot by die Seaborder kantore.
That's the distance would be from the main entrance to the Seaborder offices, my lord.
Van as jy inkyk, dan is daar 'n gang
When you look inside, there will be a passage.
as jy van die hoofweg af kyk.
When you look at from the main gate,
En aan die kant van die gang sal ek sê daar's 4 of 5 kantore.
on this side, on the right-hand side, would be there 4 to 5 offices.
Op die hoek van die L-formasie kry mens die boardroom van hulle.
On the corner of the information, that's where you get their boardroom.
En dan gaan die ander been so af waar dan nog kantore is in die rigting van die FCS kantore.
Then you would go down in the direction of the Seaborder, of the FCS offices, the other offices.
I'm totally confused now. Let's first get the distance. So the distance from the gate to the corner of the building is about this.
Dis reg hier daar.
I would guess, and I can't see that far at the back, whether the panels are the same as what we have here. But we've got 2 of the big panels. Now we worked it out about 5.4. We guessed 6 meters the other day. So it's about 15 to 20 meters, more or less. Do we have to go into that detail?
No, my lord, I just
Unless it becomes relevant.
Yes, my lord, if
We'll see how the cross-examination peters out on that.
indeed,
Yes.
my lord.
Anything else?
Just how long does it take you? Because you have testified that you were up and down between the 2 buildings. So how long does it take you, that walk?
Hoe lang sal dit vir u vat om te stap, aangesien het was daar wat gestap tussen 2 geboue? Hoe lang sal dit vat tussen die 2?
Van die naaste punt van die Seaborder gebou
From the closest point of the Seaborder building
tot by die FCS se voordeur.
up to the front door of the FCS,
Ek sal sê 'n minuut, miskien 'n klein bietjie minder as 'n minuut.
a minute or less, a little less than a minute.
Except for any, or the absence of a verbal report being made to you, has any official report in the form of a docket being opened been reported by any of the 2 accused?
Behalwe die verbale laat wat hulle so vir of
Die
wat hulle so
afwees-
gepraat het. Was daar enige iets in verband met die dossier wat so opmaak wat tussen beskuldigdes? Die beskuldigdes?
Nee, dagmaat.
No, my lord.
And were you present at every court appearance of the accused?
Was u teenwoordig op elke verskilling van beskuldigdes in hof?
Dis reg, dagmaat.
That's correct,
Ek
my
was
lord.
teenwoordig.
And was any report at any stage made to any of the presiding officers?
As daar enige rapport te maak aan enige van die voorsittende beamptes?
Nee, dagmaat.
No, my lord.
Or any of the legal representatives that you are aware of?
Of enige van die prokureurs wat nie van bewus is?
Nee, dagmaat.
No, my lord.
The accused, when you saw them in the interviews where they were in the separate offices, were they handcuffed at the time?
Die tyd toe beskuldigdes in die verskillende kantore was gedurende onderhoud was hulle geboeie op enige stadium?
This is prior to the arrest.
Voordat hulle toe gearresteerd onder arrest geplaas was.
Ek kan nie vir hulle sien in boeie nie.
I can't see a picture in handcuffs, my
Ek
lord.
is verseker hulle was nie geboeie nie.
I'm sure they were not handcuffed.
It was only at a later stage during the interview that you told us yesterday you decided now you're going to detain them.
Dis reg, dagmaat.
May I ask, were they handcuffed then?
Nadat
Nadat u toe besluit het dat hulle sal nou onder arrest plaas, was dat dan aanboeie.
nadat ek 'n aanduiding gegee het dat hulle moet aangehou word,
When I gave the indication that they would be now detained,
het ek afgestap FCS kantore toe.
I walked down to the FCS office.
So ek kan nie sê of hulle boeie gehad het van die seaboorde kantoor tot die FCS kantoor waar ek passies saamgeloop het.
I can't say whether they were handcuffed from the seaboard side up to the FCS. I wasn't working with them.
I understood your evidence to be that whilst you were at the FCS building and Kelly, Buta and Stefano were brought in, and at that stage?
U het ons gesê toe u nou daar by FCS by Kelly is, op 'n stadium met Buta te verskyn en Stefano. Op daardie stadium?
Dit was daardie stadium geweest, maar ek onthou nie vir Boeta wat ingekom het.
Well,
That was at that stage, my lord. I can only recall when Buta appeared.
so the question is, was he handcuffed then?
Was hy dan geboeie daai stadium?
My fokus was op Kelly wat so aangegaan het, gevloek en geskel het.
My focus was on Kelly, who was now carrying on like that, scolding.
Van ek was in die gesels met Kelly geweest.
Can I
In the
just
conversation with Kelly.
Mr. Monaco, let's first get the microphone adjusted so that I can hear the captain. Are you fishing or what are you doing? Because you're not leading the witness.
My apologies.
He's still in chief now. Then you lead the witness, but it seems to me you're fishing.
No, my lord. My apologies.
Get to the point.
Thank you, my lord. Did you see Buddha at that stage? When he saw him, was he handcuffed?
Toe u vir Buta sien op daardie stadium was hy aan boeie.
Ek kan nie sê nie.
I can't say, my lord.
And from there they were taken to separate vehicles
Van
also.
daar is hulle toegeneem na verskillende voertuie.
Dis reg, dagmaat.
That's correct, my lord.
Where you did see Stefano sleeping.
Waar u toe opgelet het dat Stefan geslaap het.
Dis reg.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you, in any way, influence or force the accused persons to make any statements?
Het u op enige stadium beskuldigdes beïnvloed forceer dat hulle enige verklaring moet maak.
Nee, edelachtbare.
No, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. That is the evidence of the witness.
So before the defense cross-examines, as the investigating officer, did you receive all the documentation after the statements were completed?
As soos die ondersoekbeampte het alle dokumente gekry wat na die onderhoudsoge.
Dat is reg, edelachtbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Who took the final statements?
Wie het die finale verklaring geneem?
Die waarschuwingsverklaring.
No. The statements under discussion now, the so-called confessions.
Die verklaring wat van praat, zogenoemde bekentenis.
Die verklaring van Boeta was geneem deur luitenant-kolonel Pretorius.
The statement of Buddha was taken by Lieutenant Colonel Pretorius.
Die eerste verklaring van Stefano
The first statement of Stefano
was geneem deur kolonel Clark.
was taken by Colonel Clark.
Ik het verstaan gekom dat hij aan de slaap gevallen en die proses was gestop geweest.
I understand that he fell asleep at that stage that it was stopped.
Later in de middag was hij het aangeduid dat hij wil voortgaan met die verklaring.
Later the day, then he said that he wanted to proceed with the statement.
Zo later in de middag was hij weer gehaal geweest voor verklaring en die verklaring was geneem geweest door kapitein Sekoe.
Later that afternoon, then we proceeded again with this statement. That statement was taken by Captain Sekoe.
Now, we've seen the statement that was taken from Laurentia Lombard, Exhibit R.
Dus wij gaan af.
Were there similar forms used?
Was soortgelijke vorms gebruikt?
Dus wij gaan af.
Thank you, Mr. Aramse. You may cross-examine.
Thank you, my lord.
Can I just, before you, whilst you're getting your paperwork in order, as I understood your evidence yesterday, the only people that questioned or interviewed the accused were yourself and your colleague,
Fortuin.
Fortuin.
Ja, in my teenwoordigheid was Fortuin gepraat. Ik kan verkeerd wees dat ik waarschijnlijk enige ander van de leden daar in kantoor geweest dat ik misschien iets gevraagd heb. Maar ik weet waar ik geweest dat ik Fortuin gebruik.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Aramse.
May it please the court, my lord. Captain, I'll come to these details that were that you've given evidence on and answered now from my learned colleague in the court. I want to start, and I want to really try and go through this briefly. I want to start, you were the investigating officer. You were aware that Bhutan Kelly slept at the Wikis Bar Hotel on Sunday the 3rd, is that correct?
Hy is 'n ondersoekbeampte in hierdie saak. Hy was bewus geweest dat Buddha en Kelly en Kisbay so saam geslaap het. Dis reg.
Daai informasie is bekend aan my geword op maandag die 4de die middag.
That information became known to me only on Monday, 4th afternoon.
But then who gave the instructions to And I'm putting to you that Constable Sikobe and another female officer collected accused 1 and accused 3 from Wikisby on the 4th. Who gave that order then?
Ook die vier is so constable Sikhobe en nog 'n kollega beskuldig is hoe gaan hulle by Kiesbaai. Wie sou so 'n instruksie aan hulle gee?
Die instructie was geweest die keer inderdaad. Omdat ons die grote operatie het, die 4de die oggend.
The instruction was that on the 3rd, since when I have the big operation on the 4th,
Het ek gesê,
I said,
ons moet uitvind waar die 3 verdagtes is.
you must find out as to where the 3 suspects were.
Van maandag na die operatie gaan ons onderhoud met hulle voer.
Because Monday after the operation, we were going to conduct an interview with them.
En terwyl ons operasie voer het uitvind en dit het toegekom dat Sikobe en my die middag vir hulle gaan haal by Wikisby.
Then it appears that Sikhobe and May went to pick them up at Wikisby.
Sorry, can you just ask Sikobe and who?
Soos in my,
Sergeant May,
dis 2 dames.
2 ladies, my lord.
Yes. You were aware of the presence of Gaten McKenzie on that weekend, at least on Sunday.
He was bewust dat Peter McKenzie die Sondag in Borda was.
Ek het vir Gaten McKenzie die Saterdag gesien, nie die Sondag nie.
I saw Peter McKenzie the Saturday, not the Sunday.
And you say you didn't know on Sunday that he had booked accused 1 and 3 into the Wikisby Hotel.
Hy het gesê die kennis gedra dat hy so beskuldig nommer 1 en 3 ingevoer by Wikisby Hotel.
Ek is nie in kontak met Gaten McKenzie nie, en ek was ook nie.
I'm not in contact with Peter McKenzie and I was not even.
Soos ek gesê het, die lede het uitgevind waar hulle is,
As I said, the members found out as to where they were.
en dit is waar die 2 lede hulle gaan haal die maandagmiddag.
That's where the 2 members went to fetch them the Monday afternoon.
The Monday afternoon. Are you sure it was the afternoon?
As die seker is dat was die middag.
Dit is informatie ek gekry het.
That's the information I received.
Van later in die aand
Because later that night,
was daar 'n TikTok video
there was a TikTok video
waar iemand uit die hotel die acties op plaas gevind het buite waar Boeta en Kelly in die voertuig klim met Sikobe en my.
action took place in front of the hotel where Buddha and Kelly were getting to the vehicle with Sikhobe and May.
En op die video is dit duidelik dat dit daglig is.
On that video, it is clear that it was daylight.
Hoekom ek die video onthou is dat hulle het vir Sergeant Sikobe uitgemaak as die Sangoma.
The reason for me remembering this video because they made to make out Sikhobe as the Sango.
Omdat sy het tredsaad wat in haar nek gaan het op haar skouers.
She had red locks which was on her shoulders, hanging up to her shoulders.
You see, my instruction from accused 1 is that the 1 police officer who collected him and accused 3 together at Wikisby was Constable Sikobe. He recognized it from the statement that she came and obtained on the day of the event or the day after. I can't recall now whether it was the 19th or 20th. She made a statement. The 20th. Thank you. He recognized her. He knew her from then. And he is under the impression that the other female officer was, and this is not him relating to me the names, but I know the names he was referring to. It was Sergeant Johnson, Felicity Ingrid Johnson.
Instructie van beskuldige nommer 1 sal dat sê een van die offisiere wat hulle kom haal, beampte wat hulle kom haal daar by Wikisby, Detective Constable Segobe is, dat ik kan voor een hoog gedurende dag die tijd toe verklaard worden, was op de 20ste. En de andere beambte zou wees, can you just repeat the name of the second?
Felicity Ingrid Johnson, but I must add to that my client says he's not sure.
De andere beambte zou Felicity Ingrid Johnson wees.
Dit was niet Susan Johnson nie.
My lord, it was not Sergeant Johnson.
Van ek en Susan Johnson het basically agter mekaar aangekom by die Seaborder kantoor.
Because me and Sergeant Johnson came the one after the other at the Seaborder offices.
Susan Johnson was deel van die soektog daai maandag. En ons het getuig ons laatmiddag hier om
Sergeant Johnson was the person to place in that search that Monday, and then the Monday afternoon, that's when we met up here.
When you say up here, you mean here at the hall.
As in the hall.
Dis reg.
Here at the hall, my lord.
You see, accused, one will also say my instructions are that the officer who served the SAP 14 on him and arrested him and served his SAP 14A on him at Seaborder was Sergeant Johnson.
Beskuldig nummer 1 sal sê vir my dat die dag toe die SAP 14 aan hom toerandig was, toe arresteer geplaas was Sergeant Johnson.
Dis korrek, ek wag.
That's correct, my lord.
What I heard, the statement referred to a SAP 14A.
Yes, 14A, sorry.
It was only interpreted as SAP 14.
SAP 14A.
And while we're on that subject, my client's instructions are that he was taken out of the vehicle that was full, but in the copy of the SAP 14A that's in my possession says it was served on him at 4 o'clock in the morning on the 5th of March 2024.
Op hierdie punt nog te sê beskuldig verder dat hierdie SAP 14A was aan hom toerandig so by 4 uur die sondag.
Dis korrek, ek wag, wat is die tyd wat op die 14 aangestel?
That's correct, my lord. That's the time which appears on the 14A.
Did you say Sunday?
No, my lord, the fourth, that was the 4 o'clock in the morning of the 5th of March, it was Tuesday.
4 uur die 5de Maart, die dinsdag.
You confirm that?
Dis reg, dis die tyd wat verskyn op die 14A.
Yes.
Now, my instructions are further, and I want to ask you to comment on this. Accused 1, accused 3 were collected there at Seaborder. It was in the vicinity.
Just a moment. Did you say collected at Seaborder?
Well, picked up with a vehicle by the 2 female officers.
Because a previous statement you made that they were collected at Hookie's Bay.
Yes, Hookie's Bay. Sorry, what did I say, my lord?
You said Seaborder.
No, sorry, I misspoke. It's Hookie's Bay. They were collected picked up with a vehicle by 2 police, female police officers at Hookie's Bay, and he thinks it was in the vicinity of, it was late morning, maybe 12 o'clock already.
Beskuldig nummer 1 sal verder sê dat hy en beskuldig nummer 3 sal gemaal word deur 2 dame offisiere of beamptes by Hookie's Bay so by vroeg oggendure so moet by 12 uur.
You have any knowledge of that?
Ek het geen tyd wanneer hulle gehaal gewees het. Al wat ek weet, het vir my gesê dis laatmiddag.
I don't have any time as to when they were picked up and went to fetch my lord. What I understand is what late afternoon.
Just a moment. So you, I just want to confirm, is the statement that they were collected there around midday, 12 o'clock?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
And I may at this point just point out, Your Lordship, in the essay, in the plea, 115 plea, it was typed that they were collected in the early hours of the morning of the 4th. That is an incorrect, it's a typing error, and it's probably my fault. I have in my notes.
Well, it says,
Yeah, yeah.
in paragraph 62, I made a mistake when I wrote you. You obviously saw I took out the red and the green pen.
Yes, I saw. Yeah. I was going to say in any case, and I would.
It's Exhibit D,
Yes, I would state.
paragraph 62 there. Or,
I will state here categorically.
just one moment, Mr. Harris. It reads, we slept there the Sunday night during the early hours of Monday the 4th. 2 female police officers came there and took Kelly and I to see border officers. That's the plea explanation.
That is
Now,
correct. What I'm
are you now withdrawing that statement in the plea?
I'm just trying to point out that it is.
We're not going to argue it now. I'm just
Yeah.
asking.
I'm not withdrawing it. It's just that time is an error.
You know, of course, that counsel for the state is going to challenge your client on that.
They can challenge me. That's good.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. So my instructions further from accused one is that when they arrived at Seaborder, he remembers, and as I've already stated, that it was probably late morning, lunchtime. And he said, and he says, and will give evidence that he saw you there when he arrived.
Verder instructie dat beskuldigde nummer 1 sou sê toe hulle aankom by Seaborder was so voor so laat so voor etensuur en hy het vir u waargeneem gesien aan by Seaborder.
Dis nie waar, maar ek was die hele dag by die oop veld aan die agterkant van Pieter Mokaba se gedeelte.
That's not correct, my lord. I was the whole day at the open field there in Pieter Mokaba.
Ek kan onthou daai dag, I was in die oggend hier gereed nog.
I can still remember that day, the morning hours, it was raining.
Die son het 'n bietjie later uitgekom in die middag.
The sun came up later, the day in the afternoon.
Ons was 'n tyd wat ons in die voertuie moes klim het van dit was te natte bo en klei.
And then we had to get into the vehicles, it was too wet.
Ons het, ek dink dit was 2 of 3 lede van ons groep afgevaardig om kos te gaan koop vir almal.
That I think 2 or 3 members of us were there, and we sent us to go and buy some food for all of us.
Die eerste keer wat ek weer die kant van Saldanha Bay gekom het was in die middag.
The first time I came to this side of Saldanha was afternoon.
Yes, and I remember in your evidence yesterday you said now 4 or 5. Then later on you said so 4:30 tot 5 uur. You arrived at Seaborder.
Dis korrek.
Yeah.
That's correct, my lord, I confirm.
I'll get back to this point, but I want to put it to you and hear what your comment is. According to accused one, he was taken to sea border at least by lunchtime on the 4th of March 2024. He was taken to a room. He's talking about some glass doors. Do you remember any glass doors there?
Volgens ons instruksie is hy toegeneem na seebode, so voor middagete. Hy sê is toegeneem na 'n kantoor met so glas gedeelte. Hy kennis van so glas.
Basies al die deure by seeboere is glasdeure.
Basically all doors at seebode are glass doors.
You see, his instructions were to me that it's an L-shaped building. They took him up to a glass door, and you could see through the door, and somebody was sitting there. He was asked, do you know who's sitting there?
Hy sê hierdie gebou is so 'n L wees, hy is toegeneem na 'n glasdeur. Hy kon sien deur die glasdeur daar was iemand wat daar gesit het. Hy was so gevra, ken jy die persoon?
And he answered, yes, it's my friend Stefano.
Hy het toe gesê, ja, dis my vriend Stefano.
And then his instructions further is that they took him in through another door.
Hy sê toe verder dat hom geneem deur nog 'n ander deur.
And this was on the ground level.
Dit sou op die grond gedeelte wees.
He said there were tables and chairs,
Just one moment.
and he was told to sit. Does that make sense to you?
Daar was tafels en stoele, hy was toe gesê jy moet sit.
Ek het vroeger vandag getuig dat die seeboere gebou is in 'n L-shape.
My testimony earlier was, I said that the seaboard offices are in an L shape.
Ek het ook gesê dat meeste van die kantore het glasdeure,
I even said that most of the offices have glass doors.
maar die verskil is dat die seeboere kantore het net een vloer.
But the difference is that the seaboard offices got only one floor,
Dis een plat gebou.
one flat building.
Yeah. That's correct. He's not suggesting that they had many, one or more floors. He's not suggesting it. He said it was on the ground.
Hy sê, ek stel voor dat daar meer as een vloer is. Hy sê, was op die grondvloer.
Then I want to take you on further. Before we carry on now, when he arrived there, we'll get to that. Just want to ask you to comment on the following. Your evidence when you were asked. Let me just see what was asked before that. You gave evidence. You first said 4:30 to 5 at Sea Border, and then you spoke of Brigadier Hanana was there. That you went to the Brigadier in his office at FCS. And then he spoke to you about Owen. You remember that evidence that you laid?
Dis vir ek lag maar.
I remember, my lord.
Then I've got written down there, and then you said Kelly and Boeta was by weekies baie deur Susan Sekoba en 'n speurder vrou gekry. And then you corrected that directly after that, and you said, no, Kelly alone, Kelly alone, not Boeta.
Just one moment.
My lord, shortly after he referred to the 4:30 to 5 o'clock at Sea Border, then he mentioned Brigadier Hanana. And then your lordship still asked a question.
After 4:45, I went to FCS because they planned. Well, he never said that Kelly alone were collected. The context was the following. It's my paragraph 132 on page 17, my notes, book 3. He said that Kelly made her appearance. He went to the parking area of FCS. Kelly made her appearance, and he understood that Kelly and Buddha was fetched from Wikisby by Saldanha and Detective May. Kelly was alone there.
Yes, Kelly.
He only saw Kelly, he didn't see Buddha at the time. So, said when I asked about Buddha, he was directed to see border officers.
Indeed, my lord. And
So
then,
Buddha was already inside.
yes. And then your lordships asked him was
And then he says, he was also then informed that Stefano, accused number 2, I don't know, sometimes it comes out as Stefano, but it's Stefano on the charge sheet, on the indictment. So I just want us to be clear on the record, because the name Stefano and Stephanus appears somewhere else in the evidence, so that there's no confusion at some stage. Yeah. So that's the context. Context was always that, from his understanding, they were both fetched at Wikisby. It was also confirmed this morning in his evidence when he said that why he remembers it was daytime was because of the TikTok video that was sent around where they got into the car, and it was daytime. Yeah. I know it was the paragraph just after he said that they were both fetched, but when he came through the parking lot, he only saw Kelly. He says he saw Kelly alone. Yes, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, my lord.
Haram, sir.
Shortly after that, you referred to Owen on the linkerkant van die parkering, left side of the parking, where he stood and smoked. And then your evidence was, ek het daar en I assumed that it was Kelly ingestuur en ek loop op na die seaborder kantoor, you walked up to the seaborder offices. Then your evidence was that at seaborder was Buddha and Stefano in the boardroom. Do you remember that? Can you give the court an idea what time was that?
And if it were for ETS, what the date was.
Dit kon, ek kan weer Nana hier nie lang gesels nie.
Me and Brigger, Nana didn't speak for a long time.
Dit kan wees miskien net so 5 uur na 5.
It could be 5 o'clock, just after 5.
En ek het by pas voor 5 aangekom en ek het eers met die Nana gesels en toe het my Owen 'n tydjie buite, family te met Owen en toe ek op.
Because I arrived at Seaborder between 4:30 and 5, then I had a little conversation, with Hanana, then with Owen. After Owen, then I went up.
In your evidence, as I said, you said Buddha and Stefano was in the boardroom. And shortly after that, you mentioned, well, let me ask you this. Was that when you saw accused 1 and accused 2 in the boardroom as you gave evidence, was that the first time you saw accused 1 there at the Seaborder offices?
Die tyd het toe u vir beskuldigde 1 en 2 die Seaborder kantore sien, was dit die eerste keer wat beskuldigde nommer 1 gesien het?
Dis hier ek het reg maar.
That's correct, my lord.
No. The question was not, the question you asked was not whether it was the first time he saw accused 1 and 2.
At the border.
Yeah, but that wasn't interpreted. So just to confirm, your question was the first time he saw them at Seaborder,
Yes,
in the boardroom,
Yeah.
and he confirmed that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Did you stay outside? Did you go into the boardroom? Did you talk to them?
Het die buite gestaan, het die ingegaan, het die met hulle gepraat.
Ek het ingegaan in die afmaak.
I went inside.
See, because it's at that stage that you mentioned to this court that you noticed the injury to accused 1's left eye, that it was swollen and your words were a biggie blow.
Dis die tyd toe die opgeleid het die besering op beskuldige nommer 1 dat die opgeswelle en 'n bietjie blou.
Dis reg hier lag maar.
Now my client will say that that is totally not true,
Beskuldige nommer 1 sê dis nie waar nie,
that he had a blue eye
dat hy 'n blou oogsog gehad het.
which was swollen or injured at all
Enige beserings
at that time of the day.
op daardie tyd van die dag.
What is your response to that?
Wat is die antwoord daarop?
Ek het gesien soos ek getuig het, sy oog, die kondisie van sy oog.
I saw, as I testified, the condition in his eye.
Okay. Now, the confusion that can come in here, or the problem is that we don't have a clear timeline. You were there at 4:05. After 4:05, you went to the boardroom probably at 5 or just after 5. Now, my client's instructions are, and he will give evidence to that effect, that the injury to his eye happened at Seaborder.
Beskuldige se instruksies aan my sal ook sy getuienis wees van dat hierdie besering sou opgedoen was by Seaborder.
In hoof,
Yes, comment.
in hoof het ek gesê, ek het hom gevra of sal gewees my gesê nee.
In evidence in chief, I asked him if he was assaulted and he said no.
Hy kon vir my gesê het dat hulle het hom geslaan daar.
He could have told me that he was assaulted there or beaten there.
Now, let me just get my instructions correct. His instructions are he was not injured
Beskuldige sê een sê hy was nie beseer nie
until he arrived, or before, any time before he arrived at Seaborder, he had no injury.
enige tyd voor hy by Seaborder aangekom het, het hy geen beserings gehad nie.
Now, your evidence is that you asked him about his eye. He says he can't recall that you asked him that.
Hy het gesê, die getuienis dat hy van gevra het van sy oog. Hy sê, hy kan nie onthou of hy van sy oog gevra het nie.
If his eye was blue at that stage already, it was, this is his instructions, then it was as a result of assaults by your members or the members at Seaborder prior to the time that you arrived there?
As sy oogsoop blou was en opgeswel was, sou dit doen was dat tyd by Seaborder voordat u opgedag het deur u lede. Deur van u lede.
Any comment?
Enige kommentaar?
En arbeider, soos ek voorheen gesê het,
As I said earlier,
as daar enige fisiese interaksie gewees het,
if there was any physical interaction
tussen lede
between members
en die gedagtes,
and the
moes
suspect,
en sou dit gerapporteer gewees het.
it was supposed to, was going to be reported.
Daar was geen niemand gerapporteer van enige voorval soos dit nie.
No one reported of any incident like that.
But you will agree with me if those insults occurred and it wanted to be hidden, kept away from anybody, then the police officers that were there would not have said anything or reported anything. They won't stand up and say, well, we assaulted accused one. They won't, would they?
As dit nou moet versteek was of nie aan persoon openbaar was, dan sou die polisie gemaak het dat dit nie aan enige persoon oorgedra word.
En arbeider, ek sê nie saam
I don't agree, my lord.
as voorvalle gebeur,
When incidents happen,
dan moet jy dit rapporteer.
you must report it.
En in die verlede
In
was
the
daar
past,
gevalle waar van ons lede 'n fisiese interaksie gewees het. Dit was gerapporteer gewees.
in the past, there would be physical interactions with our members, so that was reported.
But you will agree with me that if an accused, or when an accused had been or was assaulted by a police member and informed that if you tell anybody what they did to you, he is then threatened with death or further harm, that accused will not say anything out of fear.
As sê bijvoorbeeld 'n persoon so aangeraan was deur enige leed of member, en die persoon word nog vermaan gesê, as hy enigiets moet sê, dan word die persoon gedreig met aanranding of dood.
En arbeider, dit is onwaar en ek stem saam met meneer se stelling nie.
That's untrue, my lord. I don't agree with the statement.
Well, I put it to you, this is accused one's instructions to me.
So instructie aan nie.
And I'll get you the details that he was indeed threatened if he says anything to anybody about having been assaulted, he would suffer more punishment and torture, even death.
Dit was aan hom gesê, as hy aan enige iemand sou sê dat hy aangeraan word, dan sal hy meer gemartel word.
Ek het geen kennis van enige regimente.
Did your question or statement include the words or even death?
Yes, yes, I'll get to that now.
It wasn't interpreted.
Of dood, but that was not said. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Thank you. You see, I'll
Just a moment. Just a moment. Ms. Blani, how's your voice? Can we swap, please? Can you just swap with Mr. Blum for a while? Let's see how it goes.
One request that When I touch the witness on the shoulder, just to tap in that he must just stop talking so that I can translate it, interpret it to the court, my lord.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ek sweer nog maar dit.
I've already put my client's accused one's version to you, as far as he was at sea border and he was pointed to somebody sitting there behind the glass door. And
Ek het al reeds my instruksies aan u gestel dat beskuldigde moet een sê dat hy was by Seepole kantoor gewees. Iemand was gewys en ontkende hierdie persoon.
and the person that was sitting there was his friend Stefano.
En die persoon wat daar gesit het, is sy vriend Stefano.
His instructions are further that
Sy instruksies is verder dat
in that office, he can't say whether it's the boardroom or just an office, but where he was, there were 6 or 7 people, men,
in hy kantoor, hy sal nie kan sê is dit 'n boardroom of 'n kantoor nie, maar hy was omtrent 6 of 7 persone of mansmense.
they had no police uniform on, but he assumed they were police officers.
Hulle het nie polisie uniforme gehad nie, maar hy sal dit neem dat hulle is polisiebeampte. Kan u 'n kommentaar op dit?
Uw achtbare, daar was leden in die boardroom waar het weer gezet het toen ik kom.
My lord, there were members when I came there in the boardroom.
Het is recht dat van ons leden het niet uniform aangehad dat dag.
And it is correct that some of our members did not have uniform on.
Obviously, you can't say, or can you, when you came there and saw accused one, can you say that you saw any police uniformed people there?
Sal u kan sê as u daar gekom het, u het mense gesien op polisiebeampte met polisieuniform aan.
Uw achtbare, daar was politie met uniform op die perceel geweest.
My lord, there were police members with police uniform on the property, on the premises.
Ons leden, die meestal het niet uniform aangehad.
Our members, my lord, most of them specifically don't wear or don't have put on uniform.
Ik mezelf het ook niet uniform aangehad.
Myself, my lord, did not have uniform on.
Can I just clarify? The people that took in the interviews and questioning of the two accused, were they all members of your task?
Die mense wat deelgeneem het in die onderhoud van met die verdagtes op die beskuldige, hulle is een van die se taksman.
Dat is recht in de achtbare.
That's correct, my lord.
So they would all be detectives.
So hulle is almal spieders.
Van hulle detectives, daar was ook crime intelligence leden bij geweest, wat ook die uniform
But
aangehad
they were
het.
also being civilian clothes.
Yes, en dan was ons leden van de law enforcement op Cape Town, wat ook niet in uniform geweest het.
My lord, some of them are detectives and also from part of our task team, my lord. There were also law enforcement members there that also did not have uniform on.
The questions only relate to the people in the boardroom or in that office.
Die vraag is net oor mense wat in die boardroom gewees het of vir die kantoor.
Daar was niemand in uniform aangehad.
Nobody with uniform.
No one with uniform.
Thank you. That is what my client says.
Dit is wat my cliënt sê.
Six or 7, would that be correct?
So dit korrek wees 6 of 7.
Ik zal zeggen 5 of 6.
I will say 5 or 6.
So we can settle on 6.
So ons kan sê 6.
Dus kan ons zetten op 6 heel erg hoor.
We can settle on 6, my lord.
His instructions are further than at that stage there, what we are talking about. In the boardroom, the 6 personnel there, no police uniform.
My instructies is dat dit 6 was daar in die boardroom gewees. Daar was 6 lede gewees, mense het geen uniforme gehad nie.
He was not cuffed.
Hy was nie 'n boy nie.
Yes.
Ik heb gesê, ek kan nie hulle gesien het met aanboeie aan nie. Van daai tyd was hulle nie gearresteer gewees nie.
My Lord, I say that I couldn't see them in handcuffs, my Lord, because at that time they were not being arrested.
So it's possible that they didn't have cuffs on at the start of the case, correct?
Dis
So as moontlik tot daardie stadium hulle het nie boeie gehad nie.
dis reg gelag maar.
That's correct, my Lord.
Now, your evidence led that it was yourself, and it's David Johannes Fortuin. Is that the Fortuin officer you spoke about?
Dis reg gelag maar.
That's correct, my Lord. The witness answered before I can interpret, my Lord, in Afrikaans.
He's a sergeant, is correct?
As the assistant, is it correct?
Dis reg gelag maar.
That's correct, my Lord.
Your evidence led that between you, yourself, and Sergeant Fortuin,
Hy het getuig dat tussen u en Sergeant Fortuin
these interviews were dealt with or handled, controlled.
hierdie onderhoud wat hulle gaan hanteer het.
Dis reg.
That's correct.
Met Sergeant Fortuin as die leading interviewer.
And Sergeant Fortuin as a leading interview, my Lord.
So, is it then correct to say that if you weren't in an office, then Sergeant Fortuin was there?
As het correct om te sê dat as jy nie by die interview was, die onderhoud was nie, so Sergeant Fortuin was daar.
Ek en Fortuin het meestal van die tyd saam beweeg.
Myself and Fortuin moved most of the time together.
Van die tye as ek afgegaan het
And the time that I would go down
en ek kom terug,
and I come back,
moet ek gee hy vir die keer oor wat die geselsel is en ek val in daar.
he will inform me of what was the interview or what was spoken about. That's when I will follow the lead.
Now, at all times, if I understand it correctly, and please comment on this,
As ek vir op alle tye u kan kommentaar op dit as ek hier voor u gestaan.
whether you were in a presence where accused one was, and whether Sergeant Fortuin or both of you were present where accused one was, or when you were not present,
Kan u kan kommentaar op dit was dat tye waar u was teenwoordig waar beskuldig nommer 1 was en Sergeant Fortuin ook was ook teenwoordig waar beskuldig nommer 1 was of nie.
there were at all times other members present.
Daar was ander lede se heeltyd.
Dis vir ek het lag maar.
That's correct, my Lord.
So I just fast forward, so that would that apply to both offices, the one where Mr. Van Rijn was as well as the one where Mr. Follows?
Sal dit nou dieselfde wees waar die kantoor waar meneer Van Rijn was en waar meneer Apollos was.
Dis reg gelag maar.
That's correct, my Lord.
Thank you, Madam. See, my client's instructions are further then. If I proceed, when he said he was not cuffed, what happened then? I'm going to tell you what happened then.
My cliënt se instruksies is dat hy was nie geboei nie en wat het gebeur verder, ek gaan nou vir u sê wat het gebeur verder.
He was told, he's there, 6 or 7, we agreed on 6.
Hy was gesê deur 6 of 7 lede, maar ons bly staan by 6.
He was told that he must now tell them what happened on Monday the 19th of February 2024.
Hy was gesê dat hy moet hulle vertel wat het gebeur op die 19de van Maart, 19de van Februarie maand 2024.
Were you present when that happened?
Was u teenwoordig die tyd wat dit gebeur het, op plaasgevind het?
Ek het gesê dat ek getuig het dat die onderhoude het begin met maandag die 19de.
I said that when I testified, my Lord, that the interviews happened on the 19th, the Monday.
En begin van die interview was ek daar.
at the beginning of the interview was there.
So ek kan positief sê dat daar was gevraagd geweest oor die maandag die 19e met teenwoordigheid.
I can say positively, my lord, on the 19th of May, it was spoken of that.
No, I think you're confused now with the date. You're talking about 19th.
In the-
19th of February 2024, is that what you were saying? I'm talking about Tuesday, Monday, the 4th of March, 2024.
What I understood your question to be is that the members told accused number one that he must tell them what happened on the 19th.
Correct.
The witness confirms. He says he was there when the interview started, and he can confirm they were focusing on the 19th.
Okay. Thank you.
Of the happenings of the 19th. So you're on the same page.
Thank you. There must be some crossed wires here. Thank you. And that's correct, Mr. Lombard.
Is it correct, Meneer Lombard?
Dis reg het afmaak.
That's correct, my lord.
So let me confirm further that, so you confirm when my client was asked,
So die tyd wat my kliënt gevra was,
that he must tell them what happened on Monday, the 19th of February 2024.
dat hy
You were
moet vir
present.
dat hy moet vir hulle vertel wat gebeur het op die 19de van Februarie maand die jaar 2024. Dit was op 'n maandag.
That you were present.
U was teenwoordig.
Ek was teenwoordig.
I was present.
Who asked the accused one?
Wie het beskuldig nog een dit gevra?
Dat sou ek of Sergeant Fortuin gewees het.
Ek roep vir my of Sergeant Fortuin.
You see, then accused one says that he started explaining to them, to you. He can't say, I asked him, he can't say who asked him to explain what happened on Monday the 19th. He can't say that he saw you there. He doesn't know who Sergeant Fontaine looks like.
Sien nou, beskuldig om een sê dat hy was gevra om te verduidelik om te sê wat het gebeur op die 19de van Februarie maand, nee? Aan die jaar 2024 die maandag. Maar nou ek kan nou was wie was ek kan nie sê wie was dit nie, want ek kan nie vir Sergeant Fortuin onthou nie.
Heel achtbare Sergeant Fortuin het ook sy waarskuwingsverklaring gehad, die volgende dag.
My lord, Sergeant Fortuin also made a statement the following day. Obtained a statement, my lord, sorry. Warning statement.
Thank you, Bruno. Then my instructions are, he related his information that he had, which he had done already in previous statements, or as main statement with Sergeant Molstein.
Hy het sy verklarings gegee soos hy voorheen gedoen het by Kennemerland. Please repeat it, my lord.
He then started relating, telling the information that as he had it and as he had given it in his statement previously, and everybody else who had asked him what had happened. He started saying that.
Hy het sy informasie gegee toe die wat hy gevra was. Hy gebeur soos voorheen aan die ander verklaring sy die informasie toegegee in sy verklaring. So wat hy gevra by die ander mense.
You remember that?
Kan u dit onthou?
Ek onthou dat.
I remember that.
And that isn't what you wanted to hear, or that isn't what anybody there wanted to hear.
En dit is wat mense wil, dit is nie wat mense wil daar gehoor het nie.
Ek kan nie saam met die stem daar nie.
I couldn't agree with you on that one.
What did you want to hear that day?
Wat wil jy dan gehoor het eigenlijk?
Ons wil geweet het wat gebeur het.
We wanted to know what happened the Monday.
En ook die ander vrae soos ek getuig het,
And the other questions that I've testified,
wat oopgestaan het met my onderhoud met hulle van die 25ste.
kan u weer herhalen asseblief?
Die vrae wat ek gehad het en dat ons ook geformuleer het in die week.
The questions that we had that were formulated during the week,
Van die vrae was ook wat oorgestaan het van die 25ste toe ek met hulle die onderhoud te voeren.
And the questions also stood over my mind as I had an interview with him.
We will get back to that. We will, in this trial, get back to that. I'm not going to go there now.
Ons sal terugkom na dit, maar op hierdie oomblik ons is op hierdie punt.
Let me just try and clarify. So we're still on the same page.
So ons is nog steeds op dieselfde bladsy.
You start out by asking you about the 19th,
Jy begin om te vra oor die 19de,
but we recall, and these are questions relating to the main trial.
Dat is geen vraag.
en ons kan onthou, maar dis die vraag wat gaan in die hoof saak.
That you met another. I'm trying to visualize and understand. You met with him on the 25th, him and Kelly, and you went through all these other statements you told us about yesterday, and there were these conflicts and so on, but you didn't clear it up with him on the 25th.
Dat is geen vraag.
That's correct, my lord.
And during the week,
En deur die week
the team also formulated some open questions that you still wanted clarity on.
en die span ook 'n ander vraag gehad wat oorgestaan het wat u duidelikheid gehad het om
Onduidelijk gaan het.
dit ja,
Onduidelijk.
dit gemaak het.
Dat is geen vraag.
That's correct, my lord.
So even though he would tell you what was in the statement he made to Molstein, that wasn't enough because you wanted to hear these other things and clarity.
Het is me gesê vir Wilsteen, maar dit was nie genoeg nie. Jy wil nog meer gehoor het, of uitgevind het.
Daar was 'n onduidelikheid geweest oor en die vraag die onduidelikheid geskep. So ons okay, kom ons gaan aan die onduidelikheid toe in. Maar laat ons eers die verklaring deurgaan. Vertel ons storie soos jy mos nou sê, en dan gaan ons stap by stap om die onduidelikheid.
There was things that were unclear, my lord, so I said let's first go through your statement and we took it step by step, step by step.
Dit was deel van die beplanning geweest.
That was part of the planning.
You see, my instructions are that my client can't remember any of what you're saying now about the uncertainties and other information. There's nothing like that was said to him after he has now related the story that, and not when I say story, not that it's not true, his information that he's given the police for a long time, for weeks. His instructions are the following. After he has now said everything that he has already said.
Excuse me, kan ek antwoord op die eerste instruksie?
Sorry, my lord, can I just answer the first instruction?
As ek reg verstaan van meneer Harrison,
If I understand Ms. Harrison correctly,
dan my gevra dat sy kliënt weet nie van almal die goed nie.
he said that his client is unaware or don't know about these things.
Hy is reg, papa.
He's correct,
Want sy kliënt was nie deel van die beplanning nie.
because his client was not part of the planning.
When I'm saying to you that my client doesn't know about these things are the words and the explanation that you gave to the court, that after he has now informed you again what he knew, you gave evidence here in court that you said that you spoke to him and said there are questions and you're not sure about, you want other information. That's what I'm mentioning. You understand?
Verstaan u wat ek u verduidelik of sê dat my kliënt sê, kan nie dit onthou, weet nie van waar was onduidelikheid, hy was gevra en van die goed wat u nog verduidelik het in die hof.
En agter die kliënt, en die Harrison kliënt, Boeta, het geweet van die onduidelikheid.
My lord, Mr. Harris's client, Butcher, knew of the uncertainties.
Why would you say that?
Hoekom sê u dit?
En arbeider van toe ons begin gesels, het gesê ons gaan deur dit gaan.
Because when we started talking, we said we were going to go through it.
En dan as er enige onduidelikheid is of certain vrae sal ons die vrae nou stel. En dan gaan
And
ons,
if there's any uncertainty in certain questions, then I will explain.
maar ons het hom nie gesê in die begin van die onderwerp wat die onduidelikheid is.
But we did not tell him at the beginning, or we did not tell him what the uncertainties were.
I want you to understand that I'm putting my client's version to you.
Ik wil iemand verstaan, ik stel u mijn cliënt's instructies.
Dis reg gedoen.
That's correct.
As to what was said
Wat er gezegd was,
by the personnel and from your evidence you included to him, and as to what he told you that day on the 4th of March in Seaborder.
wat van iets de personeel of uw collega wat daar was en u ook, wat waar je gevraagd op die 4de van maart maand.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Verstaan u wat ik zeg?
Ek verstaan die allegasies van die kliënt.
I understand is your client's allegations.
I haven't made any allegations yet. I'm trying to give you the information as to what he says.
Ik heb niet gezegd dat er enige allegaties, maar ik zeg niet van u wat mijn instructies was van mijn cliënt af.
Dis reg gedoen.
As to what happened there when he was in the boardroom and you were there and other 6 people were there.
Wat het gebeurde tijdens wat ik daar was in die boardroom en die wat ook u daar was met de andere 6 leden.
Dis reg gedoen.
That's correct, my lord.
So my instructions are, after he has related the information that he has done so many times before,
Die instructies is dat nadat ik gezegd heb wat de informatie wat hij gegeven, wat hij zo aantal keer gegeven.
he says he was told,
Hij zei, hij was gezegd,
and my Lord, we're back to the famous words.
maar je ons terug naar die zo welbekende woorden.
His words is he was told to say, hulle ek praat kak.
They said that I'm talking shit.
En dat ek lieg
That I'm lying
en vandag gaan ek doodgaan.
today and I'm going to die.
En arbeider, ek het nie dat wat u nou gesê het gehoor nie. Dat wat u gesê het ek nie gehoor nie.
What you just said, I did not hear.
Maybe that's true. Your evidence was that you were in and out the office,
Misschien is waar, want iets getuigenis was dat u was in en uit in die kantoor.
correct?
Is it correct?
Dis reg?
Yeah.
That's correct.
And do I understand you correctly? If you had left, you confirmed that Sergeant Fontaine might have been there or he might not have been there.
Dus ik zeg, Sergeant Fontaine vandaag geweest het of niet.
Dis reg gedag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
My client's instructions are further in.
Mijn cliënt's instructies is verder dat.
After they have uttered these words to you,
Nadat hij die woorden nog gezegd heeft,
they cuffed him.
hulle het hom geboei.
His left hand to his right hand.
Sy linkerhand na sy regterhand.
He was told to sit on the floor
Hy was gesê hy moet op die vloer sit
and pull up his legs, his knees towards his chest.
Hy moet dan sy bene na sy bors trek.
Place his arms cuffed
Hy moet
over
sy
his knees.
Hy moet dan sy hande wat geboei was, sy bene met dit trek.
His cuffed hands then placed over his knees that is now against his chest.
Hy moet dan sy hande wat geboei was oor sy bene trek en na sy bors trek.
Are you with me?
Is iets met my?
Dis reg gedag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you visualize that? Do you want a demonstration?
As ons ek nou vir u verduidelik, ek kan dit in sy kop
Are you flexible enough, Mr. Harris?
I actually am.
kan jy dit in u prentjie skets.
Dis reg hier Ahmed.
Dis korrek maar nou?
So you can visualize that.
Ek volg wat nou sê.
I do follow what Ms. Harris is saying, my lord.
But he's still offering to demonstrate it.
Kan jy nog sê volgende is?
My Lord is actually considering somebody else demonstrate it.
Yes.
Right. Keeping that vision in your mind, somebody sitting on his backside, on the floor, knees pulled up, arms over, cuffed in the front. They stuck an aluminium or some metal rod.
Sit hy prentjie nou aan jou kop die meneer. Iemand sit op die vloer, die hande is geboei, was gesê dat hy moes sy hande oor sy bene sit en hulle het iets, 'n pyp gesit, 'n stiepyp, 'n ysterpyp deurgesit terwyl hy op die grond sit.
Remember now, his knees are pulled up, so his arms would be going past his knees, and where the bend is, his arms would be going past there. You with me?
Iemand nou, hy is nou sit nie en sy hande is oor sy bene opgetrek is.
Dis reg hier Ahmed.
It's correct?
Then this metal rod or aluminium rod, as he thought it was pushed in from the one side over the arm, the right or left arm, whichever side it came on first, over the arm and under the legs,
Hierdie pyp nie was deurgesit onder die arms en die bene,
and over the other arm.
op die ander arm.
Do you understand what I'm describing?
Is dat nie wat ek aan u verduidelik?
Dis reg hier Ahmed.
Yes, my lord.
Have you seen that position before?
Het u voor daai posisie gesien?
Nee Ahmed.
Have you heard of it?
Het u van dit gehoor?
Nee, maar ek sal wag in jaar, moes dit ons wys.
No, my lord, but I'm way so that Mr. Harms can demonstrate.
Well, I've heard of it before,
Maar ek het van dit gehoor,
of that position.
van daai posisie.
It used to be called the helicopter.
En genoem die helikopter.
And I will put it to the witness, Captain Lombard, that was probably not the first time that it has been done to an accused person by officials.
Ek sal dit doen aan u dat dit was nie die eerste keer wat dit gedoen was, hulle verdagte of beskuldig gedoen deur beamptes.
Ek kan nie kommentaar lewer oor nie, want ek weet nie van dit nie.
I can't comment on that because I pay no knowledge of that, my lord.
And then, what happened? One member took hold of the one end of the pipe,
Dan wat gebeurde dat die een beampte het die pyp aan die ander kant gehou
another member took hold of the other end of the pipe,
en die ander beampte het op die ander kant van die pyp gehou.
and they raised him in the air.
Hulle het hom opgelig in die lug.
Can you imagine that?
Kan u die prentjie sien?
Ek sien die prentjie daar maar.
I do see the picture, my lord.
Then,
Right. Can we just swap interpret this again, please? To give Ms. Milani's voice a rest,
I hear so.
she started coughing.
I hear so.
Thank you.
My last words were, then they raised him in the air.
My laaste woorde wat gewees het hulle opgelig in die lug.
And I asked you and you confirmed you can imagine that.
Jy het gesê jy kan die prentjie sien.
Correct.
Dis reg maar.
That's correct.
Now, he says after that,
Hy sê nadat
the black plastic bag over his head.
hulle 'n plastiek sak op sy kop geplaas.
But what he, at that stage, can remember, just before they put this plastic bag over his head, he thinks it's the member who did that, put the plastic bag over his head. He says it looked like a Xhosa man.
Hy sê voordat dit gebeur het, was die plastiek sak op sy kop geplaas deur die Xhosa man.
He also remembers seeing a colored man with a slight beard, or a beard, to some extent a beard.
Hy het daar ook 'n klein man gesien met 'n bietjie baard, iets van 'n baard.
And he remembered it's the Xhosa man who slapped him very hard in his face.
Hy sê hy kan onthou dat die Xhosa man van hom het sy gesig geklap.
Then the plastic bag was placed over his head.
Toe word die plastiek sak op sy kop geplaas.
Any
held
knowledge
tight-
of this?
And held tight around his neck so he can't breathe. You with me? Any comment?
Dit was om sy nek stewig gehou so hy kan asemhaal. Enige kommentaar?
Dit het nie plaasgevind nie.
That did not happen.
Were you there?
Was hy daar?
Ek was in en uit gewees
I was in and out.
en die verduideliking wat u gee, lyk dit of klink dit of het 'n tyd geneem het.
The explanation that you give appears that that could have happened for a time, for a period.
I disagree with you, Captain Lombard. I disagree with you.
Extend samen in.
You were, according to your own evidence, in and out a number of times. You
Hier in die getuienis gesê, hy was in en uit vir 'n paar kere.
Dis korrek, Elagman.
That's correct, my lord.
and at times probably 10 to 15 minutes, that was your evidence.
Partykeer het so tussen 10 en 15 minute wees was die getuienis.
Dis korek.
That's right.
Now put it to you, where somebody is in that position as we've now described, butt, cuff, butt, lift up, plastic bag, it'll take literally 10 seconds to remove the pipe, take the plastic bag off, and he'd be able to stand up. Do you agree with me?
Hierdie proses dat het men gewys het dat die persoon so hoe was op en af en met die plastic sak om sy kop met die pyp. Dit sou 'n paar sekondes neem. Sal jy met my saamstem?
Maar ek kry kinders van my voorvang of dit al uitgesien het nie, so ek kan nie kommentaar gee oor hoe lank dit vat.
My lord, I don't know anything about this incident or how it ever happened. I can't give you any comment on that.
The only reason why I'm putting that to you is because I want to demonstrate to you that if you were indeed not there and had not seen this being done, it could have happened in your absence.
En wat ek demonstreer nie dan soos ek so gesê het, die was uit in die kantore. As die so gebeur het, ek kon dit nie waargeneem het nie.
Dis reg, Elagman, ek verstaan.
I understand.
Now, just to cut the proceedings short, my client's instructions are this position that he was placed in, with the pipe, the handcuffs, the plastic bag over the head, carried on for a long time.
Beskuldig sê, hierdie posisie wat in geplaas was met die pyp, die swart sak om sy nek, met die handboeie het aangegaan vir 'n tyd.
Repeatedly. Any comment?
Herhaaldelik. Enige kommentaar?
En Elagman, soos ek getuig het ook genoem deur Narusa. Nou voorheen was ek die hele tyd op en af gewees.
As I testified and also mentioned out to Mr. Adams, my
So
lord,
ek
I was up and
verstaan,
down.
so ek verstaan nie wat meneer Narusa nou gesê het dat dit oor 'n lang tydperk plaasgevind het. Het dit aan een plaas gevind? Het dit aan mekaar plaasgevind? Hy sê soms duidelik op het.
No, the way I understand it, Mr. Adams, you can confirm that this whole action of cuffs over knees, pipe through, black bag, twist, that happened repeatedly. So
Indeed, my lord.
Kijk, so dankie Elagman.
So the suggestion is that by the times that you were not in the office, it could have happened, and when you come back, the pipes pulled out, bags taken off, man stands up or sit down. You would be none the wiser. That's the suggestion.
Ja, sorry, maar soos ek voorheen gesê het, ek kan nie onthou of dat ek enigstens vir die twee partye gesien het dat iets moes gebeur het met hulle as ek ingekom het. Van, as ek net myself kan imagine wat meneer Harris gesê het, met die swart sak oor die kop, hulle het in die lig gaan, moes dat definitief sekere body reacties gewees het na, as ek weer inkom, iemand moes gesien het, die persoon moes, ek sal sê, suffocated, miskien gelijk het, of daar moes angst in die gezicht gewees het, of miskien net gesweet gewees. En my goed het ek nie gesien, behalwe die feit dat ek gesê het, van die begin af het hulle nervous was.
My Lord, as I said earlier, if this, as Mr. Adams has said, could have taken place, then certain things I would have seen, for instance, like the bag over the head, the handcuffs, and then the pole where they were hanging. I was supposed to pick up something maybe like the person's sweat, the person being anxious, and then could see maybe there was something wrong with the person, but I did not say that. I don't see that, my Lord, but I even said to court, but I can observe, initially they appeared to be nervous.
So I want to put to you that either you didn't want to see any indications of what was happening there.
Dit wil voorkom asof u nie dit wou sien wat daar so plaasgevind het, wat daar kon plaasgevind het nie.
Or you really didn't see any signs, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Maar u het geen teken gesien nie, maar wat wil u sê dat dit nie plaasgevind nie.
Do you agree with me?
Is nie met my. Stem saam nie met my.
Ek stem nie saam met u nie.
I don't agree with you.
My last statement was that whether you saw it or didn't want to see it, it doesn't take away the fact that it happened just because you weren't there when it happened. You can't say it didn't happen because you weren't there all the time.
Ik kan niet zeggen dat dit gebeur het, want je was er heel tijd aan geweest. Laat het wat ik aan u wil zeggen, u behoort het gezien, maak of u het gezien hebt.
My antwoord op wat u afvraag is dat ek het dit nie gesien gebeur nie.
I said my answer was that I didn't see that happening.
En soos ek geantwoord het nou 2 vrae gelede, ek het nie die body signs gesien dat moontlike iets waar hulle onder die rest kon geplaas het.
I even said earlier, my Lord, that I didn't see any body signs that something could have happened.
Was sigbaar met hulle voorkoms behalwe dat hulle die nerves
which could have been,
outlook gehad het die hele tyd.
we could see something happen to except that they were appearing nervous.
My client's instructions are further. They keep telling him, tell us.
Cliënt sê dat het hom elke keer gesê, vertel ons.
And while the black bag is over his head, they were hitting with batons on the head, on his feet.
Toe hierdie sak oor sy kop was het hom geslaan met knubbels oor sy kop, oor sy voete,
On his hands,
oor sy hande.
and he says it was extremely painful as well as he couldn't breathe.
Hy sê dit was baie seer geweest en hy kon ook nie asemhaal nie.
Just before the witness answer, just want to check that I have everything. So he was hit with batons on the feet, the hands, and the head.
The feet and hands, plural, and the head, yes.
Hands, feet, and head.
Indeed, my Lord.
And that he couldn't breathe.
He couldn't breathe.
Comment?
Kommentaar?
Maar ek het dit gesien nie.
I didn't see that, my Lord.
Did you see on the times, because you were going in and out, did you see any batons or a pipe, like an aluminium pipe or something in the room?
Toe u nog eten in hierdie kantoor beweeg, het u enige knubbels gesien, pyp,
Nee, die afware
aluminium pyp?
van daai kantore het net stoele en tafel.
No, my Lord, because that office only has chairs and a table.
Reason why I'm asking you, if this had happened repeatedly, and if the members in the room have to hide it from you, it must then mean, unless there's a space, they have to take the stuff, pack it away. Captain turns his back, now we're going to do it again. Wait, he's coming soaked.
So in ander woorde, dit is so geval gebeur het waar, sê bijvoorbeeld, dan was nog bezig daarmee, en kom die kaptein, maak het bij elkaar, als daar zit op spatie, steek het weg, kaptein weer uitgaan, dus kan maar weer bezig wees, kaptein terugkomt, zoals gezegd, het zo, dan wordt het weer versteek.
I told you earlier, I'm trying to visualize the room. And this doesn't mean that what the accused says may not be true, but did you see any signs in the room? Because you now told us there were only tables and chairs. You know, for example, if it has a tablecloth like this, you can hide it underneath and you won't see it. But just describe to us what the situation was there.
Edelagbare, dit is kantore.
Yeah, these are offices, my lord.
Die kantore langs die bootkamer is plain kamer
This office is next to the bedroom, as witnesses are plain rooms,
met 'n tafel.
a table.
In die een kantoor, die boardroom, ek dink 2 of 3 tafels, 'n bietjie langer tafel.
The boardroom is between 2 or 3 longer tables,
En dan is daar stoele.
and there would be chairs.
En waar Boeta ondervraag gewees het, eers in die boardroom en toe later, toe die ander persoon kom na die kantoor langsaam, kon hulle nie vir my gesien het aankom nie.
Yeah, if that the person, as the interviews was taking place in the boardroom and in the next office, on my way they wouldn't have been able to see me. They couldn't have seen me.
So, en ek het ook nooit gesê, okay, ek kom oor 10 minute of 5 minute nie, ek loop en ek kom.
I didn't even inform that I would come back between 10 and 15,
So, op die vraag,
10 minutes. I would just come and go.
ek het geen wapens, stokke, pale, eisters, soos pale gesien nie.
I didn't see any weapons like rods or poles,
As ook 'n swart sak.
and also not a backpack.
There was no mention of poles, Captain Norman. A pole is something else to a rod.
Meneer Armse het gesê sy kliënt sy kop was toegemaak met 'n sak of 'n swart sak. Toe was sy kliënt met 'n batten oor die voete en die kop geslaan en lagbare
In die hande.
in die hande. Ek het my gevisualiseer dat nou sit ek hang nou hierbo, my kop is toe, hoe weet ek hulle slaan my met 'n batten? Terwyl ek hang.
I visualize the scenario painted by Mr. Aronson that his client was the bag over his head and then was hit with the baton on the hands, head and feet. How do a person make out as to what that the person was being beaten with a baton?
En my ondervinding, as toe ons as kinders gewees het gespeel het met swart sakke, kon ek nie die swart sakke sien het nie.
In my experience as a child when we were playing using black bags, I could not see through a black bag.
You are right, I agree. You can't see through that black bag. Now,
Jy is reg, ek staan saam, ek kan nie die swart sak sien nie.
his instructions, they told him, if you are ready to talk,
Hulle het hom gesê, as jy gereed is om te praat,
shake your head
jy moet jou kop skud,
and we'll take the black bag off.
dan sal hulle die swart sak wegvat.
And at times, he couldn't breathe anymore and he thought he was going to die. Then he would shake his head and they would take the plastic bag off. And then he can see.
Sekere periode kon hy nie asemhaal nie, hy het gedink hy gaan doodgaan, toe het hy maar sy kop geskit, want hy wou sien.
Any comment?
Nog kommentaar?
Ek het dit sien gebeur nie.
I didn't see that happening.
But you agree, then he can see there are patterns there.
Ek was al gewillig geweest in die afvaarde. En ek weet, nadat iemand gewillig geweest het, dat tas jou visie aan.
And I didn't see that, my lord, but I know that if that could have happened, that affected the person's vision.
My client didn't say he was throttled, gewurg geweest. He says the plastic bag is over his head and then held tight around his throat so he cannot breathe. He wasn't throttled by it.
I say that
Any comment?
the source was geplaatst en nu om die nek was het stevig gehouden zodat hij kan asemhalen.
Want ek gevisueel het, dus ek verduidelik het helaas nie.
What I visualized as you,
Die swartzak is oor sy kop.
the black bag is over my
So jy
head,
sê het styf getrek in 'n blik
then
posisie
pulled tightly
om sy nek.
on around his neck.
So, dis hoekom ek die woord wel gebruik.
Okay. I can confirm these instructions are not that he was throttled, gewurg geweest. It was just around his head, tight enough so he can't breathe.
But the witness just explains why he used the
Yes,
term.
I understand. You understand that, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Do you understand what I'm saying, Captain?
Verstaan je wat ik zeg, kapitein?
Dis reg? Jy lag
Yes.
maar.
So what, on your reaction about how could he have seen through the black bag there were buttons, he can see there were buttons when they take the bag off at the point where he cannot breathe anymore and they told him, shake your head, we'll take the bag off, which he did.
In die geval waar ik is gevraagd hoe kon hij gezien dat het niet op knubbels is. Hij kon niet knubbels zien als hij bijvoorbeeld zijn kop geschud had dat hij niet kon ademhalen. Als er een zwart zak verdeelde, dan kon hij het zien.
Ek hoor dit nie aan sê lag maar.
And I hear what you're saying, Mr. Adams.
So you agree with me, at that stage then he can see the buttons.
So
He would have been able to see the buttons.
als hij die zwart zak nog verdeelde, dan kon hij die knubbels zien.
You agree?
As jy oop is, dan kan jy sien.
When your eyes are open, you can see.
En as jou visie terug het,
When you see terug is. And when my vision is back.
Captain Lombard, I know you're an experienced police officer, but you're not a doctor.
He is a policeman ondervinding, maar hij is niet een dokter.
en agter ek het nooit voorgegee dat ek 'n dokter is. Ek het wel gesê uit my ondervinding.
I never said that I am a doctor, my lord, but I said according to my experience.
Have you ever been in a position where a black bag was put over your head and you couldn't breathe?
Was er in een geval waar je zwart zak op de kop geplaatst was, waar je niet kon ademhalen?
Ek het agter 'n melding gemaak. As kind het ek al 'n swartzak om my gehad.
I mentioned, my lord, as a child, I had a black bag over my
Ons het
head.
gespeel met die swartzak en mekaar gejag gesproke.
We played with black bags, we chased each other as school kids.
But your reference to that black bag was to the fact that you couldn't see through the black bag. That's your only reference to that black bag scenario of your kids.
Die verwijzen was net, ja, persoon kan niet leren, jullie zwart zak zien, als die verwijzen naar toen jullie nog kinders was.
Dis reg van ek up to now kan ek nie visualize hoe die swartzak kan sien nie laat.
Yes, my lord, even to now, up to now, witnesses, I can't visualize as to how would a person see through a black bag.
I'm going to ask you again, have you ever been in a situation where somebody has put a black bag over your head, held it there so that you can't breathe?
Ik ga voor u weer vragen, was u al in een situatie waar een persoon een zwart zak om je kop zo geplaatst heeft en dit gewoon is zodat je kan ademhalen?
Nederlag waar.
No, my lord.
So his instructions are, the first time, couldn't breathe, they take the bag off. They ask him, yes. What are you going to say? Something to that effect. He says it's vague, what was said, who said what, it was vague.
Hulle verwyder toe die sak vanaf sy kop af, hulle vra toe maar van praat. Hy sê dit was vaag geweest.
Then he says,
Maar hy het ook gesê ja en hy omgewing.
he has said what he knows.
Hy sê gesê wat hy van kennis dra,
Then the process starts again.
maar die proses het weer begin.
Black bag over the head,
Swart sak op die kop,
and he can't breathe and they beat him.
kan nie asemhaal nie.
Now, your evidence had led that around about 10 o'clock the evening,
Hier getuigenis was dat so by 10 uur die namiddag die aand.
you first said 8 o'clock and then you changed it to 10 o'clock the evening.
Ek is al gesê by 8 uur toe, nu gesê by 10 uur, by 10 uur.
You said that the interviews in Afrikaans, you said the interviews started again, where accused one you referred to Buddha, and Stefano was still in the boardroom.
Die onderhoud is plaasgevind het met Buddha en Stefano in die boardroom.
You remember that part?
En hoe je dat?
Ja, el achtbare meneer, is dan sê die interview starts again.
Dat die onderhoud weer begin.
Ek het getuig
I testified, my lord,
dat die onderhoude met Buddha, Stefano en daai tyd begin.
I said the interviews at that time started.
En voor daai het ons met die ouens situasie gedeel.
This sorry.
Can you get that out?
Ek sê voor dit het ons met die ouens situasie gedeel.
Before that, we were dealing with the Owen situation.
That is correctly just after your evidence about the Owen, the house that some members had gone, some group had gone to, and you told this court there was nobody. The neighbor had unlocked the house, and you said there was a negative result. You remember that part?
Dit is waar het was dat eers na die ou man se huis toe, waar die beheer die deur so opgemaak het, binne ingegaan. Daar was niemand die maar die uitslag was negatief. Kan jy dit onthou?
Dis hier ek het lag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, your involvement with the interest in the Owen person and the Owen matter and the house and the group going where did you have these discussions? In FCS?
Die betrokkenheid met die ouens gebeurtenis en alles op te volg. Dit kan waar dit bespreek by die FCS.
Dis korrek het lag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
So then more than likely you were out of the office, the boardroom or the office for more than 10 minutes at any other time.
Dis korrek het lag maar.
That's correct, my lord. I didn't even interpret it, my lord, Afrikaans.
Dis jammer het lag maar.
Because your evidence that I'm referring to, after the mention of the House of Owen, or the house that Owen referred the people to, you said it was, at that time, your Afrikaans was, that was nou so voor, first you said 8 uur, and then you said 10 uur die aand.
Vanuit mijn informatie van Owen, hier het gezegd was bij 8 uur, toen zei hij zo voor 10 uur die aand. Eerst had hij gezegd 8 uur, toen zei hij weer zo voor 10 uur.
You remember that?
Kan je dat onthouden?
Dis korrek het lag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
And then your next words were in Afrikaans. The
Volgende woord was het volgende.
the interviews started again. Onderhoude weer begin.
The interviews started again.
Where Buddha and Stefano was still, your words was nog steeds, was in the boardroom.
Waar Buddha en Stefanus nog steeds aan die boordem was.
You remember that?
Kan je dat nou?
Ag maar ek het nie die woord gebruik weer begin nie.
I did not use the word again, my lord.
Yeah, he didn't use the word again.
His words were
After
nog steeds.
he described when the team came back and they gave the feedback, they told them there was no one there, but the neighbor unlocked, but there was a negative result. The words he used was, we decided to start. It was now before 10.
And that directly after that, my lord.
We
I've got written
decided,
down here that onderhoud het weer begin.
I'm sorry? That's how I have it. I don't have the word again. And I write mostly verbatim. So thereafter, what then happened was they decided to take Stavino also next door.
Maybe, my lord, maybe I can take that up if your lordship find this is appropriate time for tea.
Are you going to take a break and then start again?
I beg your pardon, my lord?
Do you want to take a break and then start again?
And I want to carry on from this point.
It's 11:02. We've been going for more than 2 hours continuously. So let's take a 15-minute break, which will give you an opportunity to go through your notes and also a comfort break at the same time. It's 11:03. Let's make it till 20 past. And then we're going to try and push for the day. We're going to try and...
I'm going to try to be as quick as I can, my lord.
No, but I don't want to rush you, but we're going to try and finish at least this witness on the trial within a trial today. At least. I might ask them to call another witness. Yes, thank you. Court adjourned.
James, like I found the time.
because of this.
thank you. The witness is still under oath.
Hy is nog aan. Ja,
Mr. Harmsen.
Thank you, my lord. Captain Lombard, I just want to finish off to some extent, or a large extent, with my client's instructions. I've already stated it.
ek kan nou op 'n sekere stadium so 'n groot gedeelte van opsom. Ek het klaargestel.
No, my lord, I didn't say I was going to opsum it, my lord. I just said I want to deal with, further deal with it to a large extent.
Ek gaan verder met dit voortgaan met 'n groot gedeelte.
We were at the point where your evidence led that it was around about 10 o'clock the evening,
Ons was op die punt waar is was dit so by 10 uur die aand gewees.
and I was under the impression that your evidence said the interview started again. Let me ask you, did the interviews not, in your understanding or your experience there, did the interviews not start before 10 o'clock that night?
Volgens wat u ken of u ondervinding, het die onderhoud begin by 10 uur die aand.
Meneer Agnew, van ons het geconcentreerd op wat Owen vir ons sê, van ons inligting was, dat hy inligting wat ons kan help om te Joshlin te vind, so daar was ons is dit weer.
No, my lord, because we're dealing with the information from Owen. Owen said it's got information which may lead for us to find Joshlin. That's what we focused on then.
And now, when you were dealing with the Owen matter, I have already asked you, you were away longer, you confirmed that, correct?
Toe julle besig was met die Owen gedeelte was u weg gewees, reg so?
Ek verstaan dit is
When I say you were away, I mean from where accused 1 and accused 2 had been held or not held, were kept, were present in the boardroom or in separate offices. You were away from there while you were dealing with the Owen matter.
Toe u nou besig was met die Owen issue, was u nou weg van waar beskuldigde 1 en 2 was.
My lord, but I'm sorry, but that wasn't the evidence. The evidence was that I'm sorry. It's dead. My apologies, my lord, but the evidence was that accused 1 and 2 were kept in the boardroom, and it was only after he returned, when the interviews were to start, that Stefano was taken to another office.
That's right. But the way I understood, just repeat the question, because the question was when the team went to the house, he wasn't with them upstairs. Captain Lombard, that's how I understood that you wanted to say.
I will,
So just repeat it, and one question at a time.
thank you, my lord.
I made the point the other day. I don't know, maybe things have changed over the years. But I firmly believe that when one cross-examined, that you ask leading questions.
I will proceed, my lord.
That's how we used to teach the young practitioners when I still did that. Yes, thank you.
So I'm putting it to you, Captain Lombard, as I understood your evidence, you were busy with the Owen matter, it took some time, and you were not at the boardroom or office where accused 1 and 2 were being held.
U was besig met hierdie issue oor Owen, en u was nie waar beskuldigde 1 en 2 was, in die boardroom en in die kantoor nie.
Meneer Agbar, die oude matter
The Owen matter, my lord,
het geëindigd totdat wanneer ik die results ontvang het.
ended when I received the results.
Ik het getuig dat die interview het ek onder by FCS gebou gedoen.
I said that the interview I wanted to
FCS gebou.
the interview was at the FCS building.
Na die interview het van die spanlede die perseel gaan doen en ek het agtergebly.
After the interview, then some of the team members left and I remained behind.
Ek het ook melding gemaak dat Kelly was ook by die FCS gebou.
I even mentioned that Kelly was also at the FCS building.
Dat ek ook saam Kelly en Owen hulle buite gestaan het terwyl hulle gerook het.
Then I was standing outside with Kelly and Owen whilst they were smoking.
En dat ek ook in daai tyd die woensdag besoek het.
That's also during that stage that I visited the offices up.
Deel van dit was van Kelly gevra as Butake die altyd.
That was part of when Kelly asked up every time as to is Buta okay.
Yes. But at that time, accused 1 and 2 were there. They were held. There were members with them, and you were not there.
Op daardie stadium was die lede daar gewees, 1 en 2 was nie daar gewees nie.
Maar waar sê jy dat ek nie daar gewees het?
There were times that I wasn't there, my lord. There were times I wasn't there.
His evidence was that you went there a few times during that period. The way I noted it, that the team had left, this is before 8 o'clock. There were some members that remained behind, having small talk with Owen and Kelly. He instructed Owen not to share this information with Kelly. They were smoking. Kelly was concerned about Buddha, and I see that I changed the pencil. I changed the pencil midway through that paragraph, but it ended up with him saying, I went up a few times.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah. Yes.
The evidence was then that, and the words that you use is ons, het besluit, to take S out of the boardroom to an office next door. You remember that?
That's correct, my lord. You
Now-
used the word us.
Now, give the court an idea. What was that time? Was that now after 10 o'clock at night?
I don't know whether it's the microphone, but I can't hear you, Mr. Harms.
Sorry, my lord.
That's fine. If you need us to adjust it, then we can. But I couldn't hear the last question. I was concentrating on listening to because you used the Afrikaans, ons het besluit. And it was then translated as us. But in the context, it was slightly different, so I was looking at my notes to try and change it. Maybe that's why I didn't hear you. Because it should be we decided.
Thank you, my lord. I'm putting it to you, Captain Lombard, that when you decided, or that you decided
Toe hulle besluit
to take Stefano accused 2 out of the boardroom. Do you remember that?
toe hulle so Stefano uit die boardroom uitgeneem het, beskuldiging nommer 2. Kan jy dit onthou? That's correct.
So what I've asked you is, what time was that? It was after 10, obviously, 10 o'clock the evening.
Hoe laat sou dit wees was so 10 uur wees na 10 uur.
As ek kan regonthou, ek gesê miskien voor 10 o'clock, net na 10.
If I can remember correctly, what I said can be before 10 o'clock, just after 10.
Want as 'n omgewing gewees van 10 uur in die aand.
But it was in the direction of 10 o'clock the night.
But the accused, as I understand it, both had been interviewed by somebody or by you or other personnel, questioned long before 10 o'clock.
En wat ek kan onthou is dat die beskuldigdes was ondervra of onderhoud deur 'n persoon lang voor 10 uur.
En anders dat kan moontlik wees dat iemand van hulle gevra het,
It's possible that someone might have asked them,
maar volgens die instruksie wat ek gegee het, is ons gaan die onderhoud begin as ons klaar is met alle dingen hier oor.
the instruction I gave is that they were going to start the interview after we finish with the Owen matter.
You see, my instructions are, and I'm putting it to you, that accused one says and will say that when this physical assault, which can be termed torture, occurred on him, accused 2 was present in the same room.
Beskuldigdes op nommer 1 se verdere instruksies dat gedurende tyd toe hierdie marteling voortgaan voortduur, was beskuldigde nommer 2 met hom in dieselfde vertrek.
Your comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Ek het dit nie gesien nie.
I didn't see that.
Of tekens dat so iets wel plaasgevind het.
Or signs that something like that could have happened.
My instructions are further from accused 1. After this cuffing, lifting up, beating, that incident that I described, or process that I described, they would stop and then they would do that to accused 2.
Beskuldigde nommer 1 se instruksies verder dat hierdie proses wat hulle so wat hulle verduidelik het van hierdie gepoeiery, ophangery, slangery, as dit met hom klaar is, dan sal hulle voortgaan beskuldigde nommer 2.
Any comment on that?
Enige kommentaar?
Geen kommentaar, luister maar hier.
No comment, my lord.
And my instructions from accused 1 is that he could hear, now he's sitting there, hear and see what was happening to accused 2.
Hy sê verder, hy kon sien en hoor wat met beskuldigde nommer 2 so gebeur het.
He could see and hear what's happening to accused 2,
Hy kon sien en hoor wat met beskuldigde nommer 2 so gebeur het,
same as he experienced.
sodat hy ook kon ervaar het.
And you didn't see that.
Hy sê hy het dit gesien.
Ek het dit nie gesien nie.
I didn't see that, my lord.
Tekens sê dat so iets wel plaasgevind het.
And I didn't see any signs that such a thing could have happened.
Now, at some point after that, your evidence led, and I'm going to translate it in English, that the interviews, or during the interviews, I was in and out.
Die getuienis gaan verder dat gedurende die onderhoud was ek in en uit.
Because as I get information
Just
from...
a moment, Mr. Adamson. Unfortunately, I can't hear you. Can somebody maybe adjust the microphone?
Is it my microphone?
It's your one, yeah. It's maybe just the position. I know it's on, but especially when you refer to your notes, so you look down, and I can't hear, and I'm trying to concentrate on the question and the answer. I'm sorry.
Be careful.
There we go. Thank you.
I'll try it this way, my lord. It's better.
That's much
Thank you, my
better.
lord. Captain, as I've said now, your evidence was that during the interviews you were in and out, and as you collected or got information, because accused 1 and 2 had now been, at the time that they had been split, you would go back to the other one.
U het gesê in die getuienis toe hierdie onderhoud sou plaasvind tussen beskuldigde 1 en 2 waar toe 'n aparte vertrekke was. As u nou sekere inligting sou kry, dan sou u na die ander een toe gaan. That's correct, my lord.
And you wanted to use that or be followed up, no, not followed up, taken up between accused 1 and accused 2.
Dan sal u die informasie opneem tussen beskuldigde 1 of 2. I said that was the plan, my lord.
So what I want to emphasize is and put to you that is before they were split up, these persuasions, physical persuasions and torture took place when they were in the same room together, putting that to you.
Ek wil net vir u sê voordat hulle in aparte vertrekke was, het hierdie marteling en hierdie persuasions, my lord, oorreding plaasgevind waar hulle nog by was.
And then directly after that,
Just a moment, the witness
Thank you, Madam.
must still answer. So it's put to you that before they were split between the two rooms, that's when the torture and the persuasion took place.
Ik heb een kennis van zo'n geval heel erg. Zoals ik gezegd heb, ik zou zekerlijk iets of een wapen, zoals meneer Akademus die meneer gezien het in de of een leiding.
I have no knowledge about that, my lord. And as I said, as the lawyer said, that I could have maybe seen something like a weapon in the room, in this room.
Thank you.
thank you, my lord. Then your evidence led that Fortuin was leading the interviews.
U het gesê Sergeant Kaptein was die leier in gedurende hierdie onderhoud.
Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Now, please explain to the court so that I can also understand exactly what you mean by Fortuin. That's a Sergeant David Johannes Fortuin. What did you exactly mean that he was leading the interviews?
Kan u verduidelik as u so wat kan u bedoel as u sê hy was die leier gedurende die onderhoud? As I explained in court, my lord, that we decided that one person would take the lead. And my role was that is to visit the 3 offices during this interview or this questioning.
En het was belangrijk geweest te vragen als ook iemand vraagt dat één persoon verkieslijk die vraag die onderwerp.
It was also important that one person proceed with taking the lead.
See, My instructions are further from accused 1,
My verdere instruksies van beskuldigde nommer 1,
that after this torture, I'm going to stick to the word torture,
na hierdie gemarteling,
repeatedly,
herhaaldelik,
he's not able to say what time it was. He
ek
couldn't
kan nie
see.
sê wat die tyd dit was nie,
It was late.
dit was laat,
And he shook his head again and they took the plastic bag off.
hy sou sy kop skud, as hulle die plastic sak verwyder,
And he indicated that he will say what they want him to say.
hy sê verder, hy sou sê, wat hulle wou hê hy moet sê,
Any comment?
enige kommentaar?
So ek luister met die vertel ons wat gebeur het. Ek het geen kommentaar aan dit.
I've got no comment because I listened to what you say happened.
You see, your evidence led further which led us now to a person that you referred to in your evidence, which you indicated your attention was drawn to. You didn't give a name as a result of information that you obtained from accused 1 or 2 or both. You remember you gave evidence about a person, a woman.
Dis reg.
That's correct, my lord.
Now my client's instructions are
Beskuldigde instruksies aan my is,
that person that you refer to in your evidence,
die persoon wat u van melding maak in u getuienis,
he was informed that this is what they want to know. They want to know what her involvement in this matter was.
dit is wat hulle wou geweet het wat haar betrokkenheid is in hierdie saak.
What they?
Sorry, the police, the members who were there.
Hulle sou die polisie wees. Hulle wou weet wat haar betrokkenheid was in hierdie saak.
So now,
As ons moes geweet het
My lord, if we knew
van die persoon
about this person
daar op ver voor die 4de Maart,
long before the 4th of March,
sal die ondersoekspanele ons gewees het of FCS gewees het, al die persoon sy huis besoek het.
it's either would have been the FCS or us would have visited the house of that person.
Die persoon het aan ons bekend geword as gevolg van die middel van die onderhoud met die dame Stefan.
This person became known to us, my lord, because of the interview we had with us, Uta and Stefano.
Ik kan niet besluit doen dat ons die persoon zal vermissen in oude kantoren. Als ons zo is, zal die persoon voor die maand gezien.
I don't see myself as dealing with the Owen issue if we knew about this person before then.
before I go on now with who this person is, I want to ask you, you're the investigating officer.
He is on Subamta.
You were present in court in the main trial.
He was teenwoordig in die hoof verhoor.
And you know exactly which person was mentioned and who I'm talking about now.
Hy weet wie die persoon is wat toe van melding gemaak is wat ek nou van praat. That's correct, my lord.
Why did you not mention the name when you gave evidence?
Hoekom het u haar naam nie genoem toe u getuienis gelewer het? I decided not to mention her name, my lord.
Why not? She was also an accused in the matter.
Hoekom nie, want sy was ook van 'n beskuldigde in die saak.
She was also arrested.
Is geen spesifieke rede hoekom jy nou genoem het.
There's no specific reason as to why I didn't mention the name.
Ek het nou gemaak om verwys te maak.
I made mention by referring to her
To her, no name.
name.
The witness was also not asked by the prosecutor leading him what the name was. I still don't know who it is.
It'll become evident, my lord.
Yeah, I still don't know, and I didn't know why she didn't ask the question, but I was waiting because I only became aware this morning what the challenge to the admissibility is. You will recall that we met in chambers yesterday during the period that accused number 3 had to be attended to, and I wanted to know from counsel. And you know what happened there. That's when I said then we'll deal with it in open court. Because I wanted to limit the proceedings, if necessary, so that we don't have unnecessary witnesses. That's not relevant to the issue that I have to determine. But I didn't get the cooperation from counsel. So I wasn't aware. If you know who the person is, ask him. He wasn't led on it. Yes.
If I may, I didn't work.
Yeah.
If
Do you have an objection?
That's it.
Do you have an objection? Then you sit down, please. Carry on, Mr. Aram, so we're wasting time now.
Thank you, my lord. My instructions are that the name of this person, I can put it to you, was an accused. You should have known, you do know that. It is Makalima, alias, or shall I put it the other way around, Pumza Zigogo, alias
Pumza.
Makalima. Pumza Zigogo.
How do you spell the surname?
My lord, there's different spellings on the SAP 14A I have in front of me. It is Pumza, and sometimes it's spelled Phumza, and sometimes just Pumza, the name. And then the surname is either Sigoga or Sigoqa. I don't know which is the correct one.
Okay, I'm just going to note the first name then because
Pumza.
can't you make it out from the handwriting? Captain, what's the full name?
Dan u het so naam onthou.
En namens ons my het arbeider van begin met die pronunciation.
The name is Pumza, but the surname starts with the S, which
Is she on the list of witnesses?
is a deel van as 'n lys van vertellers. Yes, my lord.
Is that the woman in the cream house
As die dame in die krimies
on the corner
op die hoek.
with a neat garden and two aluminium frames in the front of the house, one to the left, one to the right?
That's correct, my lord.
Know exactly where her house is.
K54.
Is that the person? Just get a name from the list of witnesses. Okay. It seems to me it's Pumza Sikaka.
Pumza Sikaka.
Thank you, my lord.
It's witness number 55 on the list.
Your evidence led that you obtained, you or your team, either yourself or Sergeant Fontaine and your team, obtained this information from accused 1 or accused 2. He can't speak for accused 2.
U het gesê julle het hierdie informasie gekry van nou beskuldig nommer 1 of 2.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg? That's correct, my lord. I further mentioned that I further get to know that Stefano was the first person to mention the name.
Well, the accused one can't argue with that. Can't confirm it, neither can he deny that. My question to you is then, can you say
Can he say
that my client
that my client
brought that name up from himself?
hy het hierdie naam op sy eie geuiter?
Or was it you who came there, or your colleague Fortuin, who came and gave him the name
Of was dit u of u collega Korten wat hierdie naam aan hom gegee het?
and
Of aan
asked
hom
him
gesê
about
het?
it?
Ik kan niet specifiek zeggen of dat ons een naam gegeven
I can't say specifically that we give him the name
of dat hij die naam eerst aan ons gegeven heeft,
or he first gave us this name,
maar die naam was aan ons bekend en hij heeft ook voor ons verwijzen naar de persoon.
but the name was known to him, and then he also referred us to this person.
I just want to take a step back. You told us that you later on learned that, or you later learned, I don't know when, that Stevino came up with the name first.
U het sê later uitgevind dat Stevino die eerste persoon is dat die naam opgekom het. That's correct, my lord?
So is it then possible in this to and fro between the offices that the name gets, you get a name and you then go and confront the other person that you then, you entered the name into that discussion, as Mr. Adamse says.
Is dit dan moontlik
Possible.
aangezien u nou uit in hierdie kantore was, u kon hierdie naam aan beskuldigde twee enigste gesê het?
Die moeilijkheid bestaat er daarvoor.
The possibility, there is a possibility, my lord.
So that is then my client's instructions and his recollection of the events that he was referred to, this woman that was known as Makalima. And it was put to him and he was told that you will admit, you will say that she is the one who was involved in the receiving or selling of the child.
Beskuldiging nummer 1 is so sê, hy was gesê dat hierdie dame so betrokke was in die ontvangs of die verkoop van hierdie kind,
Or the buying of the child.
of die verkoop van die kind.
Jou
Ontvangs of die verkoop van die kind.
En waar vandaag geen kennis van dit en soos ek sê, so ek verstaan dat Stefano die naam uitgekom.
I have no knowledge about that, my lord, as I understand that Stefano was the one who came up with the name.
Ek is seker dat as Boeta sou gesê het, of hy het dit nooit gehad om te sê dat ek ken die persoon of dat persoon die betrokke is.
If you could have didn't know the person, who could have just said, I don't know the person.
You are well aware.
Mr. Adamse, can I just ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to know whether I may be misunderstood. All the issues raised this morning and I'm going to fast forward to an inquiry that might or might not take place at a later stage. Is it the suggestion that what ultimately found its way into the statements that were recorded, I mean, I don't mean recorded, it might have been
Written down.
yeah, Because remember we had the debate about the meaning of the word at another day. The source of that information is not from the accused, your client, I'm just dealing with him now, but from the police.
Yes. Yes, that's my client's version.
Is that your client's case?
Yes. That person was mentioned to him,
Does that then mean,
and it was suggested that that person was the one, as I stated to you now,
well,
is the one who bought the child.
if the contents of the statement that was ultimately recorded, the allegation is made that it, and in this case, it originates from the state, from the police. And it's maybe something that the parties can ponder on over the weekend and do your research. So it might be, if that is the case, that the two inquiries get collapsed, because then I'm entitled, the last time I checked the law, it might have changed. I would then be entitled to interrogate the contents of the statement as part of the trial within a trial. You've now confirmed that is your case, so you better tell me on Tuesday morning, because then the lay of the land changes in the trial within a trial. And I've now confirmed your version as what your case is, and I'll check with accused number 2 when we get to accused number 2's case. Because on what you told me now, on the face of it, the last time I checked, and I haven't done criminal matters with confessions, I don't think in the last 26 years I've done one. I think I was still an advocate when I dealt with it, way before. But then the contents becomes admissible. So I just thought because I picked it up from the question you asked and the statement you made.
My Lord, I can address your Lordship on that on Tuesday. I submit, and I will argue if it's needed to be argued, that as I understand admissibility of a confession, that if it's not done, the basic approach is if it's not done freely and voluntarily, it's not admissible, irrespective of what the source of it is.
The parties can address me on that issue on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Some homework. I will also go and do my research as far as I can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look,
You may
I'm
proceed.
not going to take it much further. I just want to refer to this incident where
We still with the person whose nickname is Makalima.
yes, yes, ma'am. Your evidence led that you brought that person, Makalima, Bumza. I'm not going to try and pronounce the surname. Your team went to her house, brought her husband and her 2 kids to see border officers. You
Uw
remember that?
getuienis was geweest dat uw spanlede is toe naar huis toe waar hulle vir Pumza gaan jaar saam van uitern vir haarself, haar kinders en haar eegenoot na Seaboard gebring. That's correct, my lord.
Now, I put to you further that you were very well aware as the IO in this matter that who this is Makalima is. You knew very well from all the information that you've obtained that it was alleged that she was a younger sister.
Jy het al reeds al geweet dat sy die jonger suster sou wees.
No, that was... It could be that the interpreter heard wrong.
Yes.
But
Ayandas.
Mr. Harms had put it that it was Ayanda's, not the younger.
Oh, Ayanda's sister.
It
Iets
sounds-
gebeurd is Ayanda's sister.
It sounds very similar.
Wat daar gebeurd was Ayanda's sister.
I apologize. I didn't even listen to the interpreter.
Okay.
So you were aware that it's Ayanda's sister.
Die het al reeds geweet dat sy Ayanda's sister was.
Nog maar wel weer wat is steeds van die aan.
You know, now I'm asking you a question about your information that you had as an IO in this matter. You knew from information that you've gathered that the person known as Makalima and her name is Bunza was alleged to be Ayanda's sister.
Met inligting wat u so gekry het tevore, hierdie aan het u al reeds geweet, Makalimo sou die suster van Ayanda wees.
Can we place it in time before the interviews with the accused? Is that what you say?
Yes. Over the period of the investigation of this matter.
In the run-up to the night of the 4th?
Indeed.
Gedurende die ondersoek tot met die 19e het u al geweet dat Makalimo die suster van Ayanda wees.
Hier lang.
No, my lord.
Beg the court's indulgence, I'm just looking for a document.
Yeah, which one are you looking for? Which one are you looking for, Mr. Adams? I might find it quick.
It hasn't been handed up, my lord.
Not been handed
No,
up.
it hasn't been handed up. I'm not going to hand it up now. I want to refer to it. It's a colleague of his.
I saw the name Makalima in one of the documents. That name is in a typed statement
Yes.
that was handed up as an exhibit. And there were 3 or 4 that were typed. It was the 2 first police persons, Gongota Kobese, Mr. Van Ryn's statement was typed, Mr. Sergeant Milstein had a typed statement. So it could be that the name had featured just in passing in one of that. But I saw the name Makalima typed
Yes.
in a typed document.
Yes, my lord. It emerged in the main trial from a number of witnesses or statements that were made. And that's why it was also a point of interest at the inspection in loco. That's what she did.
Asking. Did you find the document?
Yes. I'm not going to hand it up. I just want to ask him
Whose
if he
statement
knows
is
about
it?
it.
Whose statement is that?
It's a statement of Felicia Ingrid Johnson. You aware of her?
I don't have it.
No.
You're not going to hand it
No,
up?
no, I'm not going to hand it up. I want to ask the captain if he's aware of a statement that Felicia Ingrid Johnson made on the 6th of March 2024 at 22:50.
Is he now aware? Is he now aware of that statement?
Was he aware?
Or was he aware on
Yeah.
the night of the questioning?
Yes.
No, Mr. Harris, the tears in my blue eyes that I don't have. You tell me, you read out, the statement was made on the 6th of March, 2024. How can you ask him whether he was aware of that statement on the night of the 4th?
No, I'm not asking you that, my lord. I'm asking him now.
That's why I'm asking you.
Oh, then I'm
Are you?
No, then
That's
I'm
what I asked you.
Yeah, no. Then I'm
So your
listening.
question, is he now aware or was he aware on that night?
no,
And
obviously.
then you tell me that night, but you yourself read out 6th of March. I haven't seen the document.
Yeah. My lord, I misunderstood if your lordship asked me if he knew then when the statement was made. That's what I'm asking him now.
You want to ask him whether he now knows.
If he knows the person who made the statement and that she made a statement on the 6th of March.
That I will know.
Captain, that's the question. You recognize the name Felicia Ingrid Johnson?
Kan u die naam onthou?
Ja, hy het aggesê sy is deel van ons soekspan.
She's part of our team, my lord.
And this being a year later, you would have seen that she made a statement on the 6th of March 2024.
U het ook gesien dat sy 'n verklaring gemaak het op die 6 Maart 2024.
Sy het 'n hele paar verklaringe gemaak. Ek kan nie al die datums sê nie.
She made a few statements, my lord. I can't say which date.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Let's just go on to that night.
If you want to show him the statement, I saw yesterday that he found it easier to look at it on his laptop. If you want to show him the statement, or if somebody can show him the statement, if you want to pursue the point.
Was dit die AD verklaring?
I don't know what.
It says A1 on the document, but then a lot of
Dit was
it.
van die verklaring.
I'm aware of the statement, my lord.
Heeltemal van die sê.
Makes part of the docket.
Maar ek weet nie die datum, ek kan die datum sê, maar dit gedateer is nie.
I don't know the date when it was dated, my lord.
Yes, I can understand that. And that this person, Pumza, I want to get back to that now. Are you aware of the document that I referred to now? We'll get back to that. Your evidence was that
Just one moment. Are you going to deal with the document? Let's deal with it. Or you're not going to deal with the document?
Well, look, I'm not going to hand this document out.
No,
I
but
think
are you
this-
going to deal with the document? The witness now says he's aware of the document. In fact, he was the one that said, is it the A1? And then you said it was marked A1. So you're talking about the same document, and he says he's aware of it. So deal with it if you want to, because we can't jump back and forth.
My lord, this
Mr. Harms, on
this
a
document
lighter,
belongs
on
in
a
the main
lighter,
trial.
just on a lighter note.
Beg pardon?
On a lighter note, right? All of us, including your colleagues, have to sit on the West Coast Road this afternoon. And the first day of the school holidays start today. You're fortunate, you are just going down the road in an opposite direction. Don't let them blame you on Tuesday for getting home after dark tonight.
Thank you, my lord. I'm going to cut this short. I want to finish dealing with Macarena, and we all know now who Macarena is. Captain, you know?
Excuse?
You know who Macarena is. When I mention Macarena, you know who that is.
U weet wie Makalina is wat ek nou vanmiddag gemaak het.
Ja, ek maak hulle nie maar.
Makalima of Makalimo sometimes.
Sy bekend aan ons word gesê dat die aard
She became known to us that night
van die vraag
after the questioning.
As I put to you, you brought her husband and two kids to Seaborder.
Sy haar eegenoot en haar twee kinders was toe gebring na Seaborder.
en agware ek het vir julle dit ook aangevestig.
Yes, your evidence led to that.
Ek het dit bevestig wat
I confirmed that already, my lord.
And you said they slept there that night.
U het gesê dat hy hulle daardie aand daar oornag.
ek het my nooit oorgebring dat geslaap het. Ek het gesê ek wil dat die kant van die man en die kinders in die kantoor van die social worker.
What I said, my lord, I put them into the office of the forensic social worker.
That's not what the witness said. I happen to understand Afrikaans. The witness said he made them comfortable in the office of the forensic social worker.
Gemaak.
The English is the official court record. and it must be precise. Proceed, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Manok. They were there, her and her husband. Did you take a statement from them that night?
Die eegenoot en die dame het hier verklaring van hulle geneem daaraan.
Van Macaulay was 'n man.
Op wat is dit?
Beide.
Macaulay was 'n man meer en die kinders word jarig kinders.
I can't hear, it's a ring.
Macaulay was 'n man so baie van en haar kinders is man jarig kinders.
Didn't take a statement from the husband of Makalima, and children are still minors.
Okay, I don't know why the question was put so wide. Did you take a statement from her? Did you take a statement from her?
Die het 'n verklaring van haar geneem.
Macaulay was 'n waarskuwing van Macaulay in die volgende dag.
There was a warning statement taken from Makalima the next day
En die oproep na die eerste verskynning.
en route to the first appearance.
Captain, you are as well as aware as I am that Pumza Sito, I can't pronounce that word, her rights were read to her. She was served as SAP 14A on the 5th of March, 04 hours, 0400 hours.
Dus direct die dag by die onderwys op sy word aangehou.
That's correct, my lord.
Ek is bewus van die 14 aan wat ek sê 4 die oggend in die veld.
I'm aware of the 14A at the 4 o'clock in the morning.
And you didn't take a statement from her?
Je hebt die verklaring van haar geneem?
So Johnny gesê die afgelope was 'n waarskuwing van haar gegaan. Die oproep na die eerste verskynning toe.
As I said to the court, my lord, there was a warning statement taken from her on the route to the first appearance.
Nie daai oggend in die veld.
Not that morning of the 5th.
Can you recall when the first appearance was?
Eerste verskynning was vandag die 7de Maart.
The first appearance was Thursday, the 7th of March at Vrienberg Magistrates Court, my lord.
I put it to you that my client's instructions are,
Client's instructions us
in terms of your evidence where you said that you were told by accused one, if you want to know what happened, go ask Kelly. He never said that.
Hy sê dat in verband met die getuienis dat u so gesê dat vra vir Kelly, hy het dit nooit gesê nie.
Ja, maar dit is wat hy gesê het.
That's what he said, my lord.
Accused one will also say that by the time you, according to your evidence, said you got information that accused one wants to talk, wants to tell the truth, that was after the assaults and the torture.
Beskryf nommer 1 vir die instruksies dat die tyd toe u so verneem dat hy wil die waarheid praat was nadien gemartel en slaan.
Any comment on that?
Nog kommentaar?
Ek sê volgens ek weet nie van enige aanranding op beskuldiging nie.
As I said before, my lord, I have no knowledge of assault on accused number 1.
So ek kan dit nie bevestig nie.
Then that's why that I cannot confirm that, my lord.
My final statement to you. No, sorry, I missed something. Sorry, my lord, just another thing. My client's instructions are further that this so-called confession that was conducted with him by Lieutenant Colonel Pretorius, am I right there? My memory.
I can't hear you. Your
My
client's instructions are further that the so-called confession,
Skuldig is te verder
that's where I lost you.
instruksies sou wees en vir hom het die so te sê bekentenis
that confession that he made, the so-called
wat hy so
confession
gemaak
that
het,
he made,
wat hy so gegee het,
was made there at sea border premises.
dit was toe gehandel daar by Seaborder se perseel.
Dis nie die vraag wat dit daar was.
That's correct, my lord. That's where it took place.
Your evidence this morning regarding no report about my client's allegations of assault, that there was no report, nobody said anything, he didn't complain.
Vanoggend het enige getuienis gesê daar was geen rapport met bewering dat beskuldigde nommer 1 sou aangeraan was nie.
Surely you must agree that when you are tortured to that extent and you are threatened with death, you're not going to make a report to anybody.
Sal u met my saamstem, as 'n persoon sou gedreig was met enige verdere aanranding, persoon sal nie so rapport gee nie.
Do you agree with me?
Die word nie bestaan dat iemand nie sal praten oor nie, maar as jy eerste gedeelte kom, dan jy kan selfs 'n saam vir iemand sê.
The possibility stands a person may not, but if you get first opportunity to tell a person, you'll tell a person.
En soos ek vanoggend wat ek het ervaar, daar was geen melding gemaak van 'n rechtswetting by die hof tydens enige hofsitting dat daar enige aanranding op enige van die verdagtes plaasgevind het.
And as I said previously to the court this morning, my lord, as far as them appearing in court, none of the legal representatives who represented the accused person was there any mention made of any assault.
Did you?
Mr. Arms, your client had his hand up for some other reason. Can you just check him?
Thank you, Maro. Apologize, my lord. My structures are, and that accused one did mention this aspect of the torture to Mr. Smida, who was his legal representative, either his or theirs, when they appeared in the Frenberg court.
Beskuldige nummer 1 sê het dit aan 'n sekere prokureur juffrou Smith of iets
Smida.
Smida.
I think it's S. Smida or something.
You said Smida.
Yeah.
It's normally spelled S-M-E-D-A. I'm not sure whether.
That's how
Smida, waar hy toe meegedeel het in verband met hierdie aanranding by Landros kantoor in Vredenburg.
you know about that.
Kry jy kennis daarvan?
Daar waar ek weet nie, Mr. Smith is,
I know who Mr. Smida is, my lord.
maar soos eerder gevraagd dat ek saamstem, ek kry nie kennis van dit nie.
Okay.
Ek ben Smith en ek met ons of met die hof meegedeel van die moeilijke aanrijding van die creatie.
As I said, my Lord, I have no knowledge and at no stage did Mr. Smither share with us or with the court that of assault which could have taken place.
My instructions are further that he was told by Mr. Smither, just wait till you get to the High Court trial.
Hy was toe vir deur Mr. Smither gesê dat hy moet dat sou behou tot ons by die hogere hof sou uitkom.
Do you have any comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Ek het geen kommentaar gemaak.
No comment, my Lord.
You are aware of the J88 and the contents of the J88, which was compiled by the doctor when accused one went for an medical at Friedenberg Hospital the morning of the 5th of March 2024. You know that?
U is bewus van 'n verslag dat J88 wat so uitgevul was toe beskuldig nommer 1 so geneem was na Friedenberg Hospitaal vir ondersoek. That's correct, my Lord.
You have had insight, you've looked at it.
Het die insig daarin gehad of het?
Ek het insig gehad.
I had insight into it, my Lord.
And what do you say?
Wat sê u dan?
Did you see? I mean, I'm not going to canvass it with you because you're not the doctor, but
Kan ek die document lees?
Can I just get this document in order for me to comment, my Lord?
Let me just check. Does the state intend calling the doctor at some stage?
Yes, my Lord, we do intend calling the doctor.
So why don't we admit it then as an exhibit, and we might admit it as a provisional at this stage, mark it as an exhibit, and it might be that after the cross-examination or whatever the answers might come, that you decide not even to call the doctor and just have it, let me have it by consent.
the handwriting is very difficult to read.
Is it worse than mine?
I haven't seen your lordship.
Let's try.
My Lord, I'm just waiting for the original. It's A30.
Then
I
yesterday.
have various copies.
So this will then be exhibit double A. Double A.
Provisionally allowed.
Yeah, the contents for this, for now, it's not been dealt with as hearsay evidence in any event, but it can also be admitted provisionally under Section 31C of the Evidence Amendment Act as evidence, but it might be that it becomes uncontentious afterwards and then we elevate it. Then you can either go under A, whereby agreement, or the last one, I think it's G or H, under subsection 3B. That old, I think it was 1988 or somewhere there. It was in late 80s, early 90s, somewhere there. Earlier, 83 maybe. No, it was before 1983, I think.
Yeah.
Somewhere there.
Can't remember
I
that
think the
far
first
back.
page I can read. So it looks to me he was taken there by the police. It was done on the 5th of March. Friedenberg, so that Hendrik Jacobus Nel was the doctor.
That was the doctor, my lord, at 9:40 in the morning, the 5th of March.
4 of 6 and 6 of 6. So I'm going to go to... Do you have the document in front of you, Captain?
That's correct, my lord.
I might place on record, my lord, it is clear that the doctor has written there an explanation for the injuries as was given to him by the accused, which under the circumstances can be understood. The accused will, Captain, the accused will say, and it is also in this document noted that the police were present in his examination, but it's not said how many.
Beskikbaar sal sê die polisie was betrokke gewees gedurende sy ondersoek, maar hy kan nie sê hoeveel nie.
Where does it say that the police were present?
In the part 2, my lord, part 2, details of medico-legal examination, that is the third page, my lord, 1, 2, 3, third page, part 2, details of medico-legal examination.
No, wait. There's the first page is the cover sheet, the one that was where we had the previous one, which was the wrong document.
Exactly the same, yes. Then there's a page that says part 1, my lord.
Okay, part 1.
And then the next page, it says part 2.
Part 2.
And then down at paragraph 4 there. Sorry, there's the second part, B patient. There's A details and B patient information. Under paragraph 4
5
there.
says people present during examination and capacity. And it says police.
There's police, yes.
That's what you're referring to.
Yeah. My client's instructions are that there were 3 policemen sitting with him there.
Beskuldige nommer 1 sê daar was 3 polisiemanne wat met hom daar gesit het.
Policemen that were present at Seaborder.
Polisie wat teenwoordig was by Seaborder.
You see that? I will not see that. I'm putting it to you.
Stel dit aan u.
Die afgevaardigde wanneer bestuur worden. Tijdens de vraag.
Met die ondervraging, yeah, with the questioning.
Tijdens de ondervraging,
When he was beaten.
toe hy aangeraan was.
Die afgevaardigde is onwaar.
That's not true, my lord.
De reden voor dat is
The reason for that is,
met mijn verzoek aan brigadier Hanan.
with my request from Brigadier Hanan,
Hij heeft ook gevraagd dat aan leden moet van die instanties, die instanties in de omgeving of enige instantie die komt om die verdachte te vervoeren naar die hospitaal.
the request was that members from other stations around, that they, if they are available for them to be present to transport this suspects to the hospital.
En ik kan bevestigen één lid wat deel uitgemaakt heeft van die vervoer van enige van de verdachtes.
Kan u herhalen?
Ik kan bevestigen
I can confirm
geen lid politie wat deel gemaakt heeft aan die vervoer van enige verdachte naar die hospitaal of van die hospitaal maakt deel uit van de onderzoekspan nie.
none of the members assisting to and from the hospital was part of the investigation team.
But you will confirm that accused one was transported from Seaborder premises to Vredenburg Hospital.
Maar sal u dan bevestig dat of saamstem dat verskillende nommer 1 sou vervoer word vanaf Seaborder perseel na Vredenburg Hospital?
Dat kon gebeuren?
It could have happened.
That's what happened. He was at the Seaborder. There's no evidence that says he went anywhere else. He was there in the morning.
Ja, maar
Hy was daar gewees die oggend. Hy was nergens iewers nie.
meneer Harris het 2 vrae verwys na die lede wat saam met die beskuldigde die dokter gewees het. gesê hulle was saam met, sy was deel van die span met die onrug. En ek het dit gesê, dit is nie hy nie.
I'm getting to the point of explaining why I say that.
Nou is dit weer dat die lede, en ek het toegegeven dat hy was van sy woord gevoer, maar dit is verskillende lede as die interview die onderzoeksman.
But you must accept that he is at Seaborder. He gets told, get in this vehicle. There are police officers all over the place. And he was told where he was beaten, you don't say a word about that happened here, otherwise we'll kill you. You will suffer. So how must he know if the 3 policemen accompanying him to the hospital wasn't part of the group there?
U moest nou aanvaard dat toe hy so vervoer was hy wel soos die aanklaer sê, die prokureur sê dat hy vertel was as hy moet enigiets sê, sal hy vermoor word. Hoe seker is u dat die lede wat van geneem het na die hospitaal nie deel was van die lede wat daar was nie?
En kan ek net clarity kry met een aspek, voor die vraag beantwoord?
Can I just get clarity on one aspect before I answer the question, my lord?
Ja, ek het eers gesê, die 3 lede wat in die dokter se spreekkamer gesit het, was deel van die onderzoekspan wat op die interview die aand van 4 of 5.
The first was that Mr. Adams said that the policemen in the doctor's rooms were part of the people of the team the previous night.
Nou neem ek aan dat enige polisieman wat by Seaborder polisiestasie of perseel gewees het, is deel van die onderzoekspan wat nie daar is nie.
Now I understand that any policeman who was at the Seaborder would be part of the team, of the investigating team, which is not true. I'm going to say it again, my lord.
Geen lid van die onderzoekspan het enige dokter gevoer na enige hospitaal toe die dag van 5 Maart 2024.
None of the investigating team members transported the suspects to a hospital on the 5th of March.
My question to you is, how can you say that he, in his mind, knew or should have known, on what basis, that the police officers taking him to Vredenburg Hospital there from Seaborder was not part of your team? How should he have known that?
Hoe kon hy dit weet? Hoe kon hy dit besigtig dat die polisieman wat hom geneem het na Vredenburg was die deel van u ondersoekspan nie? Die 3 polisieman?
Ek het nooit verwys dat wat na sy denke nie. En die vraag wat gestel gewees het tegen hy is voordat ek ook nie verwys na die denke van sy kliënt nie.
What he thinks, my lord. The question was not based on what he may think.
My statement to you was that he was under the impression, in his mind, those are people that were part of your team.
Die indruk wat hy geskep het is dat in sy gedagte wat die persoon wat hom geneem het, was deel van die ondersoekspan. Die indruk wat hy gekry het is dat die persoon wat hom geneem het na Vredenburg na die hospitaal toe, was deel van die ondersoekspan. Die indruk wat hy gehad het.
I want to put it to you further. There are injuries not listed on here.
Daar is besering wat nie aangebring is nie.
And I'm placing it on record. That will become, in my humble submission, evident from the video, if it's played, of the so-called confession, that the doctor didn't note. Why? I don't know.
Dat die dokter nie aangebring het sekere beserings wat kan onmiddellik op die video opname kom nie. Die rede daarvoor weet ek nie.
So are you going to introduce the video as part of this inquiry?
My Lord, I would submit that it's going to be important to have
Well,
that.
of course,
that
if your
video
previous
view.
submission is correct, then we'll go the whole 9 yards. If your previous submission that you made earlier of what your case is, then we'll have to go the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Then the video will in any event be part of this inquiry. Maybe you should be more precise, because I don't know what you're referring to. I don't have the video in front of me. We only have this document provisionally now. The doctor might testify at a later stage, maybe next week only, so that he can comment.
Yes.
What other injuries than the three basic injuries that we see here? Because there are three.
There are the right foot,
Or
the
three
left knee.
marks, whether they, and I'll accept their injuries. Doctor says he got informed
Yes.
that the patient, the accused, got injured while being arrested on the 4th of March 2024. And then there was the left eye bruising, left knee, and the right foot.
What I
That's
do
what
wanna-
he noted.
Yes. I do want to ask the witness if he had sight of the video, if he watched the video with the so-called confession.
But let's first get these on, because on the video at least, the bruising on the left eye, and I see there was some subconjunctival bleeding on the inside. That most probably visible on the video.
Yeah.
Then there was a contusion on the left knee and a contusion on the right foot,
On the bridge. On the bridge.
on the breech of the foot.
Yes. Yes.
So I can see that, but maybe point out to the witness, because you are going to the video, the stuff that would have been visible, clearly visible, that he saw on the video, because I'm sure he watched the video.
Yes, I'm going to put it in. Captain, you watched the video, didn't you?
Het in die video-opname naar gekeken.
Ik heb al gekeken naar
I watched it all. Yes, my lord.
Did you notice when Colonel Pretorius asked the accused one about injuries that he had? The accused one got up, walked around behind Colonel Pretorius to the right-hand side of where the videographer is. You recall that scene?
Het kan niet zien waar de beschuldigde zo om kapitein Pretorius zo gestapt het.
Kolonel.
Kolonel Pretorius gestapt het tot bij de persoon wat nou die video-opname bezig was. Heb je dat gezien?
Ja, maar ik denk dat jy het die video langs gekyk. So jy kan nie spesifiek.
I think it happened because I looked at it a long time ago.
The reason why he had to walk around is so the video recording could focus on his injuries.
De rede waarom hij moest stappen, hierdie video moest gekyk het op zijn baserings.
What I want to point out to you, and when we watch the video again, it will be very evident that my client is crippled.
Op hierdie video-opnames de persoon kan zien, dus dit dat mijn cliënt zo krippel was.
And I'll point out even further when we watch the video that his hands is obviously swollen.
En op zijn handen was gezweel.
Hands.
Hands, his
Hands,
hands.
both-
At least
both
the right hand, I couldn't see the left hand so clearly, my lord, but at least the right hand was quite
I want to
swollen.
note what
Pen.
is being put, what clearly visible on the video. Now, you said he's crippled.
Yeah.
So can one see that on his gait, maybe?
Yes, yes.
Right. Then
Then
the
obviously-
hands or hand.
Obviously the injuries that was noted, and then what is not noted on the J88, and that's what I would
But
like
can
to-
one see on the video that his hand or both hands are swollen?
Yeah, at least the right hand.
Okay.
His
Any other-
instructions are that both hands were swollen, but his instructions are that his hands both were swollen, but on the video it's evident that his right hand is swollen.
Okay. right hand. Just so that we limit ourselves for this statement to what's on the video. Any other injuries so that if he can have a look at it, or I'm sure it's here.
My client has demonstrated other injuries, but it's also not noted here.
But he demonstrated more injuries to Colonel Pretorius,
He demonstrated,
and that's on the video.
On the video, he demonstrates what the doctor has noted. On the video,
Except for what the doctor has noted. So I'm sure one would be able to see the eye on the video, the left eye. And the others, are they also recorded on the video?
Nothing else is visible on the video. The only thing he did is he lifted his pants up so that one could see his legs and his feet.
So that's also video recorded.
Yeah.
Can you recall, Captain?
Ek kan nie
The statement is that Mr. Paulus walked around to where the videographer was, where he then recorded. Now it's recorded in that sense.
ja.
The injuries. Mr. Harmse puts it to you. It's clearly visible. At least his right hand was swollen.
Ek het nie sy hand opgehou, so ek kan nie kommentaar lewer op dit nie.
I didn't watch his hands, my lord. I can't comment on that.
I'm sure we will get to that point independently. Yes.
My Lord, it seems like I should leave it there unless there's something else the Lordship wants me to deal with.
Are you done?
Yeah, my Lord.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kabai. Mr. Blau, I've indicated you can swap.
Thank you, my Lord. Before I start my cross-examination, my Lord, can I have a short break?
We'll do that in a moment. We'll do that in a moment.
Because towards one already.
Can we, do you know where the food is here already? It's almost 1:45. Will 20 minutes be enough? And then we go to where we need to go to before we leave this afternoon? Or do you want half an hour? Till 1:15, that be enough? I'm going to sit till we get to a point today. 1:15. The sooner we start, the earlier we can finish this evening. Half an hour enough, Ms. Nkabai? Yeah. Everybody happy? May not be happy, but you would agree. Thanks. So we're going to take it's slightly more than half an hour till 1:15, when we will resume, and then we will see how far we get this afternoon. Court adjourned.
But you did.
julle goed.
I neglected to put something else to you. My client's instructions, finally, when I told you, or told the court, that they stopped with him there in the room and they went to accused 2.
My instructies is dit vir my kliënt, hulle het gestop met hom daar in die kamer of in die lokaal. Hulle het na beskuldig nommer 2 toe gegaan.
What the members there in the room did is they took cable ties
Wat die lede daar gedoen het, hulle het die kabeltaas gevat, soos die probeer wees met die hande met edele.
So they took the cuffs off him and put cable ties around his hand, the big cable ties.
Hulle het die boeie afgehaal van hom af, hulle het die groot kabeltaas gebruik.
And then they wrapped him in a big flag, a bluish flag. He says it looked like it's a police badge on there, but it's a big blue flag that they wrapped him.
Hulle het hom so gedraai met hierdie groot vlag, blou in kleur, soos dat is ook 'n emblem van die polisie.
You obviously can't say it happened or not.
Jy kan nie natuurlik sê dat dit gebeur of nie.
En ik heb kennis van zo'n van en ik weet als die gebouwen heeft verlaat.
My lord, I pay no knowledge of such, but what I know is that the building with the office do have flags.
En die vlag zal bij Seaboard zijn kantoren wees.
And the flags will be at the seaboarders' offices.
Maar
This is where,
die kantoren wat ons niet toegang heeft.
but this is
The offices where we had access to did not have.
En het is algemeen dat bij politiegebouwen een vlag hangt.
It's a known thing that police offices or buildings, there are flags that are hanging.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Can we just assist with the microphone, please?
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lombard.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Kalai.
Would you prefer Ms. Mkabayi to refer to you as Captain Lombard or as Mr. Lombard?
For me, it doesn't matter.
It's my choice.
It's your choice, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Lombard, you have a beautiful career. I listened when my learned colleague was leading you.
Meneer Lombard, ek het gehoor u het baie mooi loopbaan, ek het geluister soos my kollega vir u vrae gevra het.
Dat is regering.
That's correct, my lord.
When did you start to be an investigating officer in this matter?
Wanneer het u begin om die ondersoekbeampte te wees in hierdie saak?
Ik kan niet een specifieke datum geven.
My lord, I can't remember a specific date
Van Sergeant Milstein
because
ik ons leer was die investigating officer van de FCS kantoren.
Sergeant Milstein was the leading investigating officer at the FCS offices.
Ons in FCS heeft samengewerkt en het ons aangewezen dat Sergeant Johnson van mijn kantoor investigating officer gaan wees. Terwijl Sergeant Milstein nog samen met ons geweest is.
And from our offices, my lord, FCS and our offices worked together. So that's when it was taken, or decision was made that Ms. Johnson from our offices will be the investigating officer as well, whilst Milstein was also was part of the team.
En toen was ik aangewezen om onderzoek te leiden.
And then I was told or appointed as the lead investigator.
Do you still remember when you were told to be the lead investigator in this matter?
Kan u nog steeds onthou wanneer was u gesê om die lead investigator te wees?
Ik kan niet datum geven, maar ik weet het was heel lang. Ik zal zeggen maybe een week of 2 nadat ons in Saldanha Bay aangekomen.
I can't remember a specific date or day, my lord, but it was not long. It was a week or 2 weeks after we came from Saldanha Bay.
Maar ek was nog vir daai tyd deel van die ondersoekspan gewees.
But in that, I was still a part of the investigating team.
Was it in February or March of 2024?
Was het in Februari geweest of Maart van 2024?
En dan waren ons die laaste dag van Februarie 2024 hier aangekom.
We came here on the last day of February 2024.
So dit moes in Maart gewees het.
Can you please repeat that, sir?
So dit moes in Maart gewees het.
So it should have been it could have been March, my lord.
So as early as March, you had the details, the information, the investigation about this matter, as early as March 2024.
So vroeg in Maart, u het informasie gehad van hierdie saak, meneer.
De informatie de eerste keer was in februari 2024.
The information was first in February 2024.
I suppose you were present in court in October of 2024 when my learned colleague for the state, Ms. Hiramon, was transferring this matter from Vredenburg Magistrate Court to High Court in Cape Town.
Is er een aanneem dat u was teenwoordig geweest in die hof op Oktober maand 2024, die tyd my gelede collega Herman hierdie saak gevat het, verwys het na die van Vredenburg hof af na Loogres of die Kaap.
Dat is correct, maar.
That's correct, my lord.
It is the same day when the charges against Laurentia Lombard were withdrawn. Is that correct?
Dit is dezelfde dag waar die klagte teen Laurentia Lombard was teruggetreden. Is correct?
Dat is correct, maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Now coming back to your career. When were you first appointed in a leadership position?
Nou, dan kom nou weer terug. Wanneer was u aangewees as die lead investigating officer?
No, the question was, when was he first appointed in a leadership position in the South African Police Services?
Okay.
Because he might have been in a leadership position somewhere else.
Eerlijkbaar, voor ik een kapitein geworden heb, was daar ook leadership responsibilities voor mij gegeven geweest.
My lord, before I was captain, I was also given responsibilities of a leadership position.
Waar ik moest van ons leden helpen,
Where I had to assist some of our members
leiding geven.
to give them leadership.
In 2018
In 2018,
was ik toe ambtelijk aangesteld als bevelvoerder van een speurtak.
and I was in 2018, I was officially appointed as the commander of detective branch of the detectives.
I would take it from your evidence that your first appointment in leadership within the SAPS was in 2018.
En so neem dat in 2018, nee, dit was die eerste keer wat u ingestel was in 'n leierskap uit die politiediens.
Dus rechtelijk maar.
That's correct, my lord.
And when he or she is appointed in a leadership position, he or she ought to have strong administration achievements.
So as 'n persoon ingestel as 'n leier nee in enige plek, dit beteken die persoon is baie goed met die boeke en so goed die administrasie.
Heel my verstande van leierskap gaan nie net oor sterk administrasie punte van nie. 'n Leier is iemand wat mense kan lei, ongeag sy posisie.
My lord, my understanding of leadership, my lord, it doesn't go about having strong leadership, having strong points of administrative, my lord, and it goes about how good and how powerful you are of leading people. That is what leadership is about for me.
Good answer. But you won't rule out that some of the attributes is that you must strong in administration while leading people.
Maar een van die goed met 'n persoon met 'n goeie sterkpunt het in die administrasie om mense te lei.
Dis korrek Edela Mare.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Lombard. I can't remember the date now when this matter was transferred to High Court in Cape Town, but it was in October 2024.
Dis korrek Edela Mare, dit was gewees die 21ste Oktober 2024.
As the record shows, my lord, it was on the 21st of October 2024.
The day of the 204. Thank you. Now, Mr. Lombard, we were given instructions as the defense that will be appearing for the accused persons in this matter, and the first pre-trial conference was scheduled or rolled for the 31st of January 2024.
Dis korrek Edela Mare.
Ons het instructies gekry, van hierdie saak of van
2025.
Thank you, my lord.
2025.
om voor te kom vir die beskuldigde in hierdie saak. En die saak, die eerste verskyning of die eerste voorverhoor was op die 31ste van Januarie maand jaar 2025.
Dis korrek Edela Mare.
That's correct, my lord.
That means you had from February before the 31st to put your house in order for the 31st of January 2025.
Can you please repeat that?
That Mr. Lombard was given a period of from the 21st of October to the 31st of January 2025 to put his house in order. That means to make this matter ready for pre-trial on the 31st of January 2025.
So dit beteken dat van Oktober maand af die 21ste van Oktober maand 2024 tot by die 31ste van Januarie maand 2025 tyd was tyd gegee om u huis in orde te kry.
Dis reg Edela Mare.
That's correct, my lord.
Just one moment, Mr. Kabai. When did you become aware, and it follows on from Mr. Kabai's questioning, that the trial date would have been the 3rd of March this year?
Wanneer het u geweet dat die verhoor gaan op die 3de Maart wees hierdie jaar?
Edela Mare, daar was, ek dink in laat in Februarie,
My lord, I think late in February.
of, jammer Edela Mare, as ek nou kan onthou, ek dink die regter wat die voorsittende beampte gewees het, die 31ste Januarie, het melding gemaak van die verhoor.
My lord, I think the presiding officer on the day of the pre-trial of the 31st mentioned the trial date.
Now, I'm not sure whether you were informed,
Ek nou nie seker was u hulle vir u laat weet,
but the trial date was already set or determined in October, around about there last year,
maar ek weet nie was u laat
on our calendar.
Ek sê Edela Mare.
ek weet nie was u laat weet nie, want hierdie verhoordatum was al reeds neergeskryf of in ons boeke daar by ons kantore in Oktober maand daar.
By the time the matter was transferred from the district court to the high court, we already knew the date will be the 3rd of March.
Die tyd was die saak oorgeplaas was van die distrikhof na ons kantore toe, ons het al geweet dat dit gaan op die 3de Maart maand wees.
Ek sê Edela Mare.
Were you informed?
Het u geweet daarvan?
En as daar was die sprake dat die saak vroeg in die jaar gaan begin, maar die datum,
Now,
There was a conversation or discussion that the matter will be early in the year, but the date,
and why I'm saying that to you as a positive, because I was involved in that,
ek sê Edela Mare.
and we already decided last year that I was going to preside in this matter.
die rede wat ek vir u positief sê, want ek was betrokke gewees met hierdie datum en ek het geken al laas jaar dat ek gaan die beampte wees in hierdie saak.
Ek sê Edela Mare.
Because I'm not sure where Mr. Kabai is going, but the state knew or must have known already in October of last year that the trial will be in March.
Ek sê dat maar.
So die staat het geweet of moes geweet het dat die saak gaan op die 3de maand begin hierdie jaar.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Lombard, I want to take you to the 31st of January 2025.
Listen, Kabai, before you go there, can you maybe indicate to me what is the relevance? And you don't have to play your hand. You can, if you say, wait, I'll show you, then I'll be happy. What the relevance is to the trial within a trial, this whole run up to January, or are you getting there?
My lord, if the court can be patient with me, I will link this to my cross
All right.
in trial within a trial. I will link this. Thank you, my lord. We waited for the 31st patiently, expecting to receive before the 31st an indictment and all contents of the docket to familiarize ourselves before the 31st of October 2025.
31st of January.
Before the 31st of January 2025.
Ons het gewag vir die informasie op die dossier van hierdie saak om vir onsself deur te gaan, om vir onsself bekend te maak met hierdie saak. Ons het gewag vir dit tot by die 31ste van Januarie maand jaar 2025.
Ek sê dat maar.
That's correct.
This didn't materialize.
Maar dit het nie gebeur nie.
Ek sê dat maar.
Correct so?
We appeared in court on the 31st of January 2025 without an indictment. We didn't know what our clients were facing. We didn't have the contents of the docket.
Ons het aan die hof verskyn op die 31ste van Januarie maand hierdie jaar vir 2024. Ons het geen dossier gehad, geen indictment gehad. Ons het nie geweet nie wat kyk op wat staan voor of wat lê voor vir ons kliënte nie.
As if that was not enough, Mr. Apollos and Mr. Van Rijn were never brought to court.
En so dit was eers genoeg nie. Meneer Van Rijn en meneer Apollos was nie na die hof toe gebring nie.
Edelachtbare, ik kan niet commentaar leveren oor indictment en further particulars wat die defense gekregen heeft.
My lord, I can't comment on indictment and further particulars that were not received.
And that is... Sorry, Mr. Lombard.
Die verantwoordelijkheid valt niet in mijn spatie van de politie.
And that is not, doesn't fall within my responsibilities in the police.
Die verdachtes, Boeta en Stefano, was wel niet bij de hof geweest. Ik is bewust ervan.
Suspect accused Stefano and Boeta were not in court, that I'm well aware of.
En dit was duidelijk gemaakt in die hof, die voorzittende beambte en die staat het die hof ingelig dat hulle twee was nog in Mamasbury gevangenis.
And it was made or explained to the court by the state, to the presiding officer, that they are still in Mamasbury.
Dat daar wel een administratieve fout plaatsbevindt het bij Vredenburghof en dat hulle toe op die J7 Mamasbury gestuurd is.
And that there was an administrative problem on the papers on the J7, and they wrote Malmesbury, my lord. On the J7, sorry.
You are saying it was not your responsibility to make sure that the indictment and the contents of the docket were ready on the 31st of January 2025. If it was not you, who was responsible to make sure that the indictment is in court and further contents of the docket are furnished to the defense on the 31st of January?
Even may say that this is a verantwoordelikheid dat die dossier, die indictment, die further particulars van hierdie saak moet voortydig gegee word aan die verdediging.
Ek dink dit is die platform vir die misnoor van Mr. Kalani. As hy probleem gewoon vind het, Moes dit opgeneem het met die DPP-kantoor?
My Lord, I don't think this is the platform that this can be brought up now by Ms. Mkabayi. If there was a problem or an issue, that should have been brought up with the DPP officers.
En ek,
I'm going to stop you. You would have noted that I've raised with Ms. Kabai what the relevance is. She said she's getting there. Let's be patient.
that's very open.
You already answered it's not your responsibility. And we know, as a matter of fact, that it's the responsibility of the prosecution services. In other words, the office of the DPP, to ensure that those things are put in place. Now, maybe just, I'm not sure whether you know, as a detective, how J7s work at the court.
Ek het die idee maar
Yes, I do have an idea, my Lord.
Have you ever worked with them yourself?
Ek is self gewerk met die J7s.
ek het dit nooit uitgeskryf nie. Ek het dit al gesien.
I've never written them, my Lord. I just handed them over.
Sien dit.
So maybe just
So, my Lord.
so maybe just so that we don't dwell on it for too long. When a person is remanded in custody, the presiding officer completes the J7.
Dis reg gedlag man.
That's correct, my Lord.
In the lower courts, as far as I know, it's done by the court orderlies.
Dis reg gedlag man.
That's correct, my Lord.
In the High Court, we do it differently. In the High Court, we type them out. They also look slightly different to what the magistrates' courts in the J7s look like. Parties might have seen some of the days that I would sign papers on the bench. I would normally do it at lunchtime, as I did from today till the 1st. Investigating officer, prosecutors, defense has got nothing to do with it. They don't see it at all. Then handed in the High Court, it's handed to the court orderlies, and normally it's the person in charge of the cells. The judge is not involved, the magistrate normally is not involved. In this case, the police collected from Ms. Naidu Chetty, and I doubt that any of you, including yourself, Captain, would have seen any of the J7s that I sign every day.
Nooit gesien die lag man.
I didn't see them, my Lord.
Now, Ms. Nkabai, the reason why I tried to clarify that
Yes, my Lord.
is because the witness answered your question as to the mix-up of the 31st of January by saying he believes that there was an administrative error at Vredenburg Court because they wrote the wrong place. Now he's answered in that way. Do you have any follow-up questions on that? Because I want to rule on the admissibility thereof, because it might become a collateral issue because of the answer that he had given, which will then make the answer to the question inadmissible in law.
My Lord, I'm satisfied with his answer.
I asked for the original court file to be brought. Now, I just have to explain also, because I don't want to waste time on side issues. When a matter gets transferred to the High Court from a lower court, This year, my court's documents look slightly different because we do it in a different style. These are all the copies of the J7s that I have issued in this matter. Extra copies. The file contains correspondence, and all the indictments with the amendments as they came along. So when a matter gets transferred from the lower court, it arrives in the High Court, normally with a copy of what is called the J15. That is the charge sheet that's used in the lower court. Once it arrives in the High Court, the file gets opened, a High Court file gets opened. Now you would notice that although the first appearance in this court was on the 31st of January, it bears a case number of 2024. Because the file itself in our office was opened on the 5th of November 2024. Now, if the parties don't know, I was in fact in possession of an indictment which was later amended early in the year already. And the file was taken from my desk to my colleague who attended to the case management, the pre-trial, because at that stage I did not want to attend to the pre-trials because I was not sure whether there might be something that will cause a conflict, because there were specific reasons why the decision was made once we knew the matter was going to come to the High Court as to who would be the judge. And we decided that I can disclose on seniority. So I was in control of this file for a very long time. I'm disclosing this to the parties because I don't want us to go and dwell on pre-trial issues that has, on the face of it, very little or nothing to do with the trial within a trial that we're dealing with now. We're dealing with the admissibility of statements, extracurricular statements made by an accused person. I will allow the questions insofar that it relates to relevant issues on the trial within a trial, and it might be that the basis that you're laying, Ms. Nkabai, is for purposes of credibility. It's always the answer when asked from the bench. I've asked for the file to be brought. You would have seen my registrar. I sent her for the file. Because if any of the parties want to have a look at the original court file, there it is, as long as my contents are preserved. I'm talking about counsel. Because all that I've told you now is all in this file. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. It is your evidence that you and your investigation team, you decided that you must look out for Kelly, Boda, and Stevie.
Er was easy gekyk dat die onderzoekspan dat besluit geneem dat hy moet op Botta, Stevino en James opgesoek.
Dis korrek in die wegman.
That's correct, my lord.
To be precise, from your investigation team, who gave you the instructions?
is er wees van die onderzoek aan Spanje wie daar die instructies gegeven?
Dit was my voorstel geweest, dit was my instruksie geweest.
It was my instruction.
Can you lay the basis why you wanted them, why you were looking for them?
Kan u net vir ons sê, hoekom het u vir gesoek?
Did you have new evidence?
Het u nuwe informasie gehad?
What triggered you
Het dit vir u gemaak om vir gesoek?
to want to look for them?
Wat het gemaak dat het u moet vir gesoek?
En wat ek soos ek voorheen aangehaal het, is dat die conclusie wat ons gemaakt het op die 25ste,
My Lord, as I've previously said that the conclusion that I came to on the 25th,
dat daar ongeantwoorde vrae is,
because there were unanswered questions
wat geleid het uit hulle verklaring is,
that came out of the statements,
wat ons moet duidelikheid kry oor dit,
that we must get clarity on that.
My client's statement is A13A. He gave that statement to Sergeant Sahobe.
My cliënt se verklaring was A13A en die dossier dit was ingegee aan Segove.
Dis reg doorgemaak.
That's correct, my Lord.
You were here in court, you heard. After she took that statement was read by Sergeant Milstein.
Nadat die verklaring gevat was, u was teenwoordig in die hof gewees. Milstein het die verklaring gelees.
Dis reg doorgemaak.
That's correct.
And after that, he released my client on the basis that he didn't get any evidence justifying his arrest. Now my question is, where did you get between that statement that was taken by Sergeant Sahobe and you looking for him? Where did you get this information and what was that information that triggered you to look for him?
Nadat die verklaring gedoen was of gelees aan die uitgelees was nie, toe was my kliënt vrygelaat. Nou ek wil weet van u af van daai tyd en wat dit gemaak dat u moet vir my kliënt opsoek of vir die beskuldige of vir die verdagtes soek meneer.
En wil ek soos ek voorheen aangegaan het, die naam Stefano het aan my bekend geword met my onderhoud met Boeta die Sondag.
My Lord, as I've said that the name Stefano came about when I had my interview with Buddha the evening Sunday.
En hy het met my gedeel daai beperkte inligting soos ek het getuig het.
He gave me that specific information as I've stated.
As ons kyk na Stefano se verklaring wat konstabel se volgende gegee het,
When we look at Stephanie's statement that he gave to Constable Segove,
het Stefano 'n groter deel gehad van die dag van Boeta, Kelly, Joshlin en hulle gesin se lewe.
kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
As jy mens kyk na Stefano se verklaring,
When you look at Stephanie's statement,
is dit duidelik.
it's clear that
Stefano het 'n groot gedeelte van die dag
that a big part of the day
gespandeer
spent
saam met die huishouding van Boeta en Kelly,
and spent with Buddha and Kelly,
en ook dat dit so gewees het dat Renzo daar gewees het
and it also that Renz was also there
en Nilo.
and Nilo.
So wat opvallend gewees het was dat met my interaksie met Boeta die 25ste
So what happened initially with my interaction with Buddha on the 25th?
het hy vir myself gelimit net met dit wat hy aan my vertel het.
He just limited me to what he had told me.
Met ander woorde, hy het vir Stefano ook 'n minder rol gegee
In other words, he gave Stefano a lesser role
met die gebeure van die dag.
of what were the happenings of the day.
Stefano se verklaring
In Stefano's statement,
gee Stefano homself
Stephanie himself
Gee hom 'n groter rol
give himself a bigger role
vir daai dag.
of that day.
If I get you correctly, it is what you were told by Buddha that triggered you to look for my client.
As ek u vir u reg verstaan, u sê dit was wat Boeta vir u gesê het, dit het gemaak dat u vir my kliënt soek.
Ek het deel daarvan uitgemaak dat daar belangstelling gewees het om sê vir nou onder te kry.
And that played a role that made me to Stephanie to be a person of interest.
Nou, die belangstelling,
The
die interest.
the interest, my lord.
From what you are telling me, Mr. Lombard, I don't see any difference to what my client has said in his statement.
Van wat meneer Lombard sê, ek sien nie verskil van wat my kliënt gesê het in die verklaring nie.
Verskil ten opsigte van wat anders het die kliënt gesê het.
A difference of what your client said?
What Buddha told you doesn't differ from what my client has said in his statement that was taken by Sergeant Segobe.
Wat Boeta vir u gesê het, nee, of wat staan in Boeta se verklaring wat hy aan Constable Segobe gegee het, daar is 'n verskil wat hy gesê het en wat my kliënt gesê het, meneer.
Soos ek gesê het, Stefan se verklaring dink ek is 2 of 3 blaaie lank.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Stefan se verklaring dink ek is 2 of 3 blaaie.
2 of 3 jaar. Stefanus,
It's the body of the affidavit consists of 2 typed pages, and it has a 3rd page for the commissioning. It's marked Exhibit P. The witness said he thought the affidavit was 2 to 3 pages, but we don't have to speculate. It's right here. Yeah.
If my learned colleagues can help me and give the witness the affidavit of Stevino.
Exhibit P.
Dankie.
The statement before you, Mr. Lombard, was taken by Sergeant Segobe, read by Sergeant Millstone, and on the contents of on the weight of the contents that appear in those statements, Sergeant Millstone said, "I don't see any evidence from this statement that can justify me to arrest Stevino."
Verstaan in hierdie verklaring wat Constable Segobe geneem het en ek sê net gelees aan die beskuldige of die verdagte. Hy het gesê dat dit's niks wat kan maak dat hy of sy of hom arresteer nie.
Dis nie reg nie.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, can you tell me this new evidence that you had, despite the one that appears in that statement, that made you to look for my client?
Kan dan vir my sê die nuwe getuienis of die nuwe informasie wat u het, wat nie daar staan nie in daardie verklaring verband met my kliënt?
Ek wil afwaar, kan ek gou net laat dit kyk asseblief?
My lord, can I just have a look?
Dankie.
Miss Swanepoel, whilst the captain is, I saw the same witness that was here the whole day yesterday, still hanging around. Is he local or is he from somewhere else? I suspect that's the brigadier.
Yes, my lord, I'm told it is, I confirm it is Brigadier Hanana. I'm told that he was excused, but he elected to stay.
Oh, Does he come from Cape Town or?
He does, my lord. He does come from Cape Town.
Because it's clear we're not going to get to him today, but we also don't want him to come in every day unnecessarily. Whilst the captain is reading, I thought let's do that housekeeping. Over and above making the arrangements, did he play any other role in this?
Not at all, my lord. And he did file an affidavit, and his name is on the list of state witnesses.
So we're going to, I'm looking at my watch, and we will most probably not get to another witness today. But it doesn't help for us to say to him, come back Tuesday morning. Are there other local witnesses for the trial within a trial?
There are, my lord, but we are trying to stick to the chronological order of the process.
Now, all I'm thinking of is if we proceed on Tuesday morning, we won't get to him before 11, I suspect. If he's the next witness, we'll see how far we get today. Have you discussed with your colleagues whether you can't produce his evidence on affidavit?
My lord, there's one aspect that was one specific arrangement that's not contained in the affidavit, so it's not only on the affidavit. That is the reason why.
So maybe what we can do is, if we say to him, don't come before 11, and if we're done with Captain Lombard before that, then you have a little short stopper, one of those run-of-the-mill witnesses.
We do have.
Instead of him having to sit here again from early in the morning on Tuesday. Because by 11 o'clock we should be done. We should be done by 3 o'clock, to my mind, if we stick to the trial within a trial. But if not, then amongst the parties you can arrange. I won't now press you to say where is the brigadier, because I've seen that. I didn't know who it was. I just saw a gentleman, the corner of my eye, up and down in the witness area.
My lord, there is another witness that we can lead if that happens.
So let's see. But if it's just a short thing, and if I have my way, we can adjourn at 4 today. Don't pull a face like that. On a lighter note. You'll end up as a meme, or TikTok, or whatever they call it. All right. Are you ready, Captain? Yes, certainly. So, whilst he's busy with that, we're doing the housekeeping. We don't have to do it at another time. On the other hand, if it doesn't make sense to start with a new witness and don't finish the witness, so let's see how far we're going to get with the investigating officer. He's in any event here every day. I want to know from the parties, are you all coming in on Monday by the evening? If we don't finish with this witness, can we start at 8:30 on Monday, on Tuesday morning? I'm getting a thumbs up from the defense, getting a thumbs up from the state. So that means we will be starting an hour and a half earlier than we would normally start in the High Court. My intention is to try and get to the end of the trial within trials ASAP. And next week we're going to sit long hours. Ready yourself that we're going to sit long hours. Even if we have to keep the accused from Malmesbury at a closer place in police cells overnight. But we cannot go on like this. That the matter drags on. I've told the parties what my position is, that I'm going to find it extremely difficult in next term to be out of Cape Town. And as far as possible, if we can, we need to finalize the case here. So just that you know. You ready?
Dankie wel. Dankie vir die tyd.
Thank you, Mr. Kabai.
Edel Agmar, soos ek getuig het die melding gemaak tydens ons gesels op die 25ste.
My Lord, as I testified that Buta mentioned on the 25th, when I was having a conversation with him,
Dat Stefano daar gewees het.
that Stefano was there.
Ek gaan net paragraaf 2 van Stefano verklaring sê hy het daar gekom.
Paragraph 2 of Stefano's statement says that he arrived there.
Ek het Buta en Rens daar gevind en hy het weer geloop.
He found Buddha and Rens there and he left again.
Dit was 'n konflik met wat Buta vir my gesê het.
That was in conflict with what Buddha have told me,
Ons Buta het gesê hulle het gerook.
because Buddha said that they smoked.
En Buta maak verder melding dat hy daar gewees het.
And Buddha further mentioned that he was there
Die hele tyd tot en met Kelly gekom het.
all the time till Kelly arrived.
Maar hy het ook gesê dat in between het Stefano nou en dan weggegaan, maar hy het gou weer gekom.
And in between, he also mentioned that in between Stefano will come and go and come back.
Wat interessant is op paragraaf 3 is van Stefano se verklaring.
What's interesting in paragraph 3 of Stefano's statement,
Hy sê dat hy daai dag, daai oggend glad nie Kelly se kinders by die huis gesien het nie.
he says that in that morning he did not see Kelly's children at all.
Met my onderhoud met Buta
But with my interview with Buddha,
plaas hy vir Stefano,
he places Stefano, Joshlin,
Rekwin,
Nilo,
Nilo en Rens
and Ray
saam met hom die oggend by die huis.
with him at the house the morning.
Stefano se verklaring
In Stefano's statement,
distansieer hy vir my dat hy nie die kinders gesien het nie.
he distanced himself by saying that he did not see the children.
Paragraaf 6.
Paragraph 6.
Toe ek vir Stefano nieuwsgierig heb aan wat ek vir Buta geïnterview het,
When I interviewed Buddha,
het hy gesê nadat Rens geloop het 'n tydjie na Rekwin,
he said after Rens walked after Requin,
was hy Stefano
was he Stefano?
Joshlin nog by die huis toe is.
Joshlin was still at home.
Stefano se verklaring sê
In Stefano's statement says,
nadat Rens weg is,
after Rens has left,
het hy wat Stefano was in Buta vir 10 minute buite gesit.
then himself being Stefano and Buddha was at the house outside for 10 minutes.
Daar was niemand anders in die huis van Buta en Kelly meer.
There was no one else at the house or inside the house of Buddha and Kelly.
Daar distansieer hy hom weer van Joshlin af, dat Joshlin daai dag by die huis gewees het, so wat Buta gesê het.
There once again, he's distancing himself of Joshlin being there, of opposite of what Buddha had said.
Volgens hom,
According to him,
dis nou Stefano se verklaring,
in Stefano's statement,
sê hy dat hy en Buta het geloop,
he says that himself and Buddha walked,
hulle het die deur toegetrek,
they pulled the door
maar daar was niemand gewees nie.
because there was no one.
My onderhoud met Buta,
My interview with Buddha,
het Buta aan my gesê,
Buddha told me that
hulle het hier te
Just give me a
gemaak,
moment.
they took turns.
Just give me a moment.
All rise.
Let's try again. The witness is still under oath. Thank you, Mr. Papai. The witness was still busy with the questions that was raised by paragraph 6 of Stefano's affidavit.
Soos ek voorheen aangehaal het, is dat in paragraaf 6 van Stefano's verklaring
My Lord, as I've said in paragraph 6 of Stephen's statement,
was daar niemand anders by die huis behalwe hy en Boeta nie.
there was no one else beside himself and Puta.
Stefano's noem hier dat toe hulle twee van die huis af geloop het,
Stefano mentions here that when they walked from the house,
het hy net die deur toegetrek.
he just pulled the door closed.
Dit is, soos ek gesê het, na Boeta's onderhoud met Boeta het hy gesê dat Joshlin was saam met hulle by die huis gewees nadat Rens en Nino weg is.
Can you please repeat that, sir?
Met my onderhoud met Boeta, die
With-
25ste,
With my interview with Puta on the 25th of February,
het hy melding gemaak.
he mentioned that
Joshlin saam met hom, wat Boeta is en Stefano by die huis achtergebly het nadat Rens, Rekon en Nilo weg is van die huis.
that Joshlin remained or stayed behind at the house with him, with Stefano, after Requin and Rens have left, and Nilo has left.
Kan ek nog een punt noem, asseblief,
Can I mention one more point, my Lord?
Paragraaf 8 van Stefano's verklaring.
On paragraph 8 of Stefano's statement,
Hy sê in die laaste sin van die paragraaf,
he says there on the last sentence of the paragraph,
toe ons by Rens se huis gekom het,
when we got to Rens' house,
het Rens said she did not come back to Kelly's house with Joshlin after that.
Rens het gesê, sy het nie teruggekom met Joshlin na Kelly's huis na dit nie.
In die konteks van die sin,
In the context of this sentence,
verwys hy na die voorval waar Rens gesê het, en soos ek ook het aangehaal het, dat Rens se kinders het by die huis geslaap.
he's referring to, in this context, my Lord, he's referring to a statement of what I said earlier on, that Rens' children was sleeping at home,
En dat Rens, soos Boeta gesê het, Rens het vir Joshlin gevra om na die kinders te gaan kyk en Rens is agterna weg.
and where it was also said that Rens asked Joshlin to go check on the children, and Rens also left after that.
Nou die verskil hier is dat Boeta het aan my genoem soos ek getuig het.
Now the difference here is that Buta mentioned to me
dat Rens en Joshlin het teruggekom na die huis,
that Rens Joshlin came back to the house,
na Boeta se huis.
to Buta's house.
Hier sê Stefano,
But Stephanie here is saying
Rens
Rens
sê dat sy en Joshlin nie teruggegaan het na Boeta se
that
huis nie.
Joshlin and Rens did not come back to the house.
And you are saying,
There's one aspect in that statement that you did not refer us to now,
Excuse me.
which I had marked when I saw the exhibit.
Excuse me.
I flagged it in my mind. And it's a paragraph 10. Because Buddha says he was there when Joshlin was there. Ren says he was there when Joshlin was there. He says in his affidavit he didn't see Kelly's kids at all that day.
Dis reg waar.
And that is a clear, because we had Exhibit O, we had Exhibit M, we had Exhibit N, more particularly the statement of Buddha that he gave on that first day, the 20th, statement that Rens gave on the 20th, both. Buddha doesn't mention Stefano at all.
Dis reg waar.
That's correct, my lord.
Rens refers to him, and in the follow-up, of course, on your interview with Buddha on the 25th, he confirmed Stefano was there.
Dis reg waar.
That's correct, my lord.
So there's no dispute amongst the role players, if I can call it that,
Dis reg waar.
at that stage, on the 25th, that Stefano was there and Joshlin was there.
Dis reg waar.
That's correct, my lord.
And then the statement of the 29th, that's this exhibit we're dealing with now, when the police eventually take a statement from Stefano, he says, I didn't see Kelly's kids at all that day.
Dis reg waar.
That's correct, my lord.
That's how I read it.
Dis reg waar.
Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
That's correct, my lord.
thank you. Mr. Lombard, if you are saying you interviewed Mr. Apollos on the 25th of February 2029,
As u sê u het 'n onderhoud gehad met meneer Apollos op die 25ste
and on the 29th of February 2024, Sergeant Milstein told my client, I cannot arrest you because there's not enough evidence. You cannot say now what you are bringing before this court is new because you consulted with Mr. Apollos on the 25th of February.
Ms. Mkabai, with all due respect, with all due respect, one, are you putting it to this witness that he had no discretion to investigate because Milstein made a decision? Is that what you put to him?
What I'm saying, my lord, is that he must not say that was new, because my question to him was,
No, I'm getting to the new thing. I'm getting to the new part now. I'm just asking you on the first part of your statement to him, because you suggest by asking the question in the way you did that he must sit back because Milstein has made a call. Clearly, it can't be right. But more importantly, when he spoke to Mr. Apollos on the 25th, you will recall, he said that's at the office in Vredenburg with a glass panel. He spoke to Mr. Apollos and to Ms. Smith, and he then went through all Sigobi statements in the inquiry file. Let's call it the Milstein file for now. But by then, Mr. Van Ryn, your client's statement didn't exist yet. That came into being some 4 days later, on the 29th. I remember when they came here, they actually came here on that day. Because he said, earlier on when you asked him, he said, they arrived here on the last day of February. So they would have arrived on the day that that statement was taken by Constable Sigobi. Now he sees the statements and he says, wow, wow, wow. There's a lot of holes here. Things don't add up. And then he says, I want to talk to them. I said, bring them in. I want to clear this up. Because it must be seen in context. I don't know how relevant this is to the trial within the trial, but you're going there. He also told us in the main case, before we moved into the trial within the trial, the curtain was still slightly open in his evidence at that stage. Now we've gone beyond that, so we have to close this other curtain behind us. He says, I speak to them. Then the next day, he said, no, we must go to the spur. We can't take it that day on the 25th, we'll take a further statement and go to the spur. He indicated to us that in itself raised questions in his mind. Remember, he narrated all the list of questions he had in his mind. So, I can't see the line of questioning to be relevant to the trial within a trial, and whether the manner in which the questions are put, that this witness needs to comment thereon, because what Milstein does. To give you a bit more context, this witness has now been asked in the trial within a trial that deals with the admissibility of extracurricular statements. That's what we're here for at this stage of the trial. About when did he become the investigating officer, who gave him the order. We must remember this evidence in context in that regard. He says, I am leading that team in the province. I don't work at a station. I operate out of a provincial office, kidnapping, serious violent crime, kidnapping and that linked together. It is either on the radio or social media, he wasn't sure. On the 20th, he became aware of the disappearance and immediately contacted. He made it his business because he doesn't need to get an instruction. He's the boss. And he comes, he speaks to Milstein. Milstein says to him, I think you need to come down, Captain. And then he comes down that Sunday, the 25th, calls them in. One detective, the local detectives, maybe didn't see the holes. He says, I saw the holes. I said, something fishy here. With no reference to Saldanha. And then he investigates. Those are issues for the main trial. The issue that I have to decide here and now is the statement or statements made by your client, whether that was made in compliance with the prescripts so that it can be admissible evidence in court. The state need to prove that. They bear the onus. And that's all we need to interrogate at this stage. You're going to have a lot of bites at the cherry about who gives him instructions or not, and how the one person exercised the discretion, whether he is negligent with providing further particulars and copies of the docket. Please, I don't want to stop your cross-examination, but if I need to, I'm going to steer you in a different direction. I tried to give some context because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, where are we going? It's not like in a 5-day match that we want to bat out the 5 innings and cause a draw at the end of the day. We need to play 20-20 here, score the runs because the game must get over. Thank you, Mr. Kabai.
Thank you, my lord. The question I put to this client was his first statement when he went to interview my client at Seaborder. It is a relevant question towards trial within a trial, my lord.
He told us now why he wanted to. He told us now why he wanted to interview. He has just told us why he wanted to interview.
And it was important for me, my lord, to know why he wanted to interview my client.
Okay.
In your evidence, in chief, in your evidence during your alleged interview with my client, you stated that Stevino was taken few days. Did I get you correctly when you were saying that? The sentence was not finished.
No.
Okay.
He said he was informed that Stevino was found in Diazville.
Oh, not few days. Is it correct that you testify that my client Stevino was found in Diazville?
Is het correct dat u getuigenis dat my cliënt Stevino was gevind in Diazville?
Ek het gesê met my was dit meegedeel. Ek was ingelig.
That's correct, my lord. I said that I was informed.
Do you know perhaps who went to fetch him?
Weet u miskien wie het hom gehaal?
Nederlanders.
No, my lord.
Do you know in which address he was taken?
Weet u
from?
van watter adres was hy geneem of gevat?
Nederlanders.
No, my lord.
Do you know the motor vehicle, the registration number of the motor vehicle that went to fetch him?
Weet u die registrasienommer van die voertuig wat hom gehaal het?
Nederlanders.
No, my lord.
Was he fetched by the police members or by other people?
Was hy gehaal deur die polisiebeampte of ander mense?
Dit moes polisie gewees het.
Supposed to be police officers,
Ja, maar.
my lord.
And you don't know who were those people?
En weet u wie, u weet nie wie was daardie mense nie?
Nederlanders.
No, my lord.
And you testify that you went to FCS offices where you met Brigadier Habana.
U het gesê u het na die FCS kantore toe gegaan waar u 'n man gekry het. Brigadier Anana gekry het.
Dis reg, dit lag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Do you still remember the time when you met Brigadier Anana?
Kan u die tyd onthou wat u vir Brigadier Anana gekry het?
Dit was tussen pas 4 of 5 o'clock.
It was between 4:30 and 5 o'clock.
Then from there you said you saw Kelly and you saw the car she was being driven in.
En daarvanaf u het gesê u het vir Kelly gesien en in watter voertuig sy was in.
Edelagbare, ek het nooit gesê dat ek 'n voertuig gesien het.
My
Kelly
lord,
het klim het. Ek het gesê ek het wel van Kelly later die middag of gesien op die parkeerarea buite FCS.
my lord, I never say that I saw Kelly in or arrive or get out of the motor vehicle. But well, what I said is that I saw Kelly later that afternoon in the parking lot at the FCS.
You didn't see the car he was driven in.
U het nie voertuig gesien waar sy was in nie.
Op daai moment,
At that moment,
Yes.
nee,
Ja.
Edelagbare.
no, my lord.
And where was my client at that time? When you were seeing Kelly?
Waar was my kliënt daai tyd wat u vir Kelly gesien het?
By die seaboard kantore.
By the seaboard officers.
Do you still, or do you perhaps remember what time was this when you saw my client at Seaborder offices?
Kan u miskien onthou hoe laat was die tyd wat u vir my kliënt sien by die seaboard kantoor gesien?
Dit was na 5, tussen 5 en 6.
It was after 5, between 5 and 6.
Did you have a chance to notice the manner in which he was the first time you saw him?
Het u 'n kans gekry om waar te neem die maniere om hoe hy was die tyd wat u hom gesien het die eerste keer?
Edelagbare, ek het vooruit getuig dat ek het nie vir hulle geïnspekteer nie, maar hulle gesit het in die boardroom nie. So ek het hulle net gesien sit. So jy daar was iemand staan op, draai om te kyk wat die arm so been aangaan.
My lord, and I said that I saw them there in the boardroom, but I did not inspect them or tell them to stand up, turn around. I saw them there, but I did not inspect them.
You can see the condition of someone even if he's seated.
Jy kan 'n persoon sien die voorkoms indien die persoon sit op.
Nee, altyd nie.
Not all the time,
But it's possible.
maar dit is moontlik.
Die moontlikheid bestaan Edelagbare.
Yes, possibility to stand.
When someone is being fetched, in this case, I'll say home, by the police van, is there any entry that is made by the police when that person is arriving at the place where he's being called by the police?
As 'n persoon gehaal word van die huis af, en word geneem waar die polisie wil vir hom neem, as daar enige iets wat neergeskryf is. Persoon word gevat van die huis af na 'n punt waar die polisie wil vir hom hê.
Nee, Edelagbare.
No, my lord.
Sommige maak inskrywings, anders maak nie.
Others do make notes and others don't.
If now I say I want to see the notes, I want to know the members who went to fetch my client, as they are alleging that they found him at DSV. If now I say I want to see those notes, I want to see the proof of those members who went to fetch my client, as you are alleging, where can I get that information?
As ek nou sê ek wil die nota sien of die inskrywing wil sien en die lede wat my kliënt gaan haal het by Deswil, waar kan ek dit kry soos u nou genoem het?
Edelagbare, soos ek gesê het, daar was 'n klomp lede van different eenhede, so ek kan sê wat se eenheid of wie het hom gaan haal nie.
My lord, as I've said that there were a lot of members from different units, so I won't be able to say which members or from which units, my lord.
Even then, they were going to one place. They were going to Seaborder. And you are the man, you are the one who called for this forum. You might be having an information. Who did I send to go and fetch Stevino?
Alles, u sal kan vir ons sê, want u wil gehad het vir Stevino gaan soek. U sal kan sê wie vir hom gaan haal daar en vir hom dan toe bring het na Seaborder kantore toe.
Edelagbare, soos ek ook voorheen gesê het, is dat die instruksie was tydens die operasie waar die lede beweeg. Vanuit waar Stefano is, Die opdrag was nie vir 'n spesifieke persoon gegee nie. Dit was 'n open instruction. As julle sien, weet waar hulle is, later die dag na die operasie bring my seebode toe.
My Lord, at that time during the operation or the search, it was not mentioned or told to a specific person or a specific unit. It was an open discussion that whoever knows where the people or can find out the peoples or the persons are, the persons must be brought in. It was an open discussion.
Even then, they have to report back to you because you are the one who was leading that investigation.
Maar daar ook, hulle moet terugrapporteer aan u, want u was die leier gewees van die onderzoek.
Ons lede het in daai tyd baie mense gehaal en hulle het kom rapporteer by my om te sê ek het nou vir Piet of Sunny gehaal.
At that time, the members were to go fetch a lot of people, and they didn't come back and say that I found Peter and Sunny.
It's because you didn't ask the report back, maybe.
Miskien u het nie terugvoering gevra nie.
Ek het nie gevra nie.
I did not.
That's my point exactly.
Dit is my punt, meneer.
I put to you, Mr. Lombard, it is a lie that my client was ever fetched from Deersville.
Ek sê dit aan u, meneer, dat dit is leens dat my kliënt was gehaal by Deersville.
En maar dis informasie wat ek gekry het en ek kan nie enige ander plek gee wat ek gehoor het was gehaal wees.
My Lord, that is information or what I was told where he was faced, so I couldn't say any other place that I was not told.
And that is the reason why you can't even give further details about who fetched my client and where did they fetch him.
En dis die rede wat kan nie eers vir ons verduidelik of verder informasie te gee wie het beskuldige genaam of my kliënt genaal en waar.
Maar ek weet nie sê hoe Owen daar gekom het.
My Lord, I also don't know how Owen got there.
So dit is nie in 'n spesifieke geval wat jy nie weet wie daar is, want daar was klomp mense gedryf.
My Lord, it's not a point why specifically you don't know who was there because there was a lot of people there.
My client could not have been in Deersville on the 4th of March 2024 from the hours 4. He could not have been in Deersville.
My kliënt kon nie by Deersville gewees het op die 4de Maart 2024 tussen daai ure nie.
Dis kan jy soos ek kan sê maar asseblief vir my spesifieke hours gee, tydperk gee.
Can you please give me specific hours or time frame?
I'm going there. On this day, 4th of March 2025, my instructions are, my client, while coming out from Vredenburg Court, he was hitchhiking at the hitchhiking spot with his cousin's boyfriend. This was during midday, while they were hitchhiking, they got a lift from a double cab buggy.
My kliënt sê dat hy kon nie daar gewees het op die 4de van Maart maand 2024 in Deersville nie. Die rede daarvoor dat hy en sy niggie se boyfriend hulle 'n geleentheid gevra en toe het hulle 'n geleentheid gekry by 'n double cab buggy.
Verdere ondersoek het dit met my bekend geword dat Stefano gearresteer gewees het daai naweek vir 'n ander saak buite die saak van vandag.
During my investigation, it came to my knowledge that Stefano was arrested for another matter besides, not this one, my Lord.
That piece of your investigation is very correct. That was the case he was coming from on that day, and that case was withdrawn. He was coming from Vredenburg Court. He got a lift from a colored man and a colored woman who were driving a white double cab.
Dit is korrek, want my kliënt sê daai tyd hy van Vredenburg afgekom, die rede daarvoor die sak wat hy gehad het was teruggetrek teen hom. So hy het 'n geleentheid gekry van 'n vrou en 'n man wat 'n double cab bag gery het wat in kleur.
En ek kan bevestig dat die saak wel daai oggend teen hom teruggetrek gewees het.
I can well confirm that the matter was withdrawn against him on that day, my lord. I see the accused number 2 is drawing the attention of the attorney, my lord.
Can I take instructions? Thank you, my lord. My client is confirming that. Was given this lift, he didn't know who these people were.
My client sê dat dit is korrek, so hy het 'n geleentheid gekry van hierdie mense, hy het geen benul wie was die mense nie.
His cousin's brother's boyfriend was allowed to alight at his stop, but when he wanted to alight, then these occupants of this double cab motor vehicle, they refused him to alight from.
Waar die my cliënt sê dat die tyd wat die niggie se boyfriend by sy plek gekom het, hy het uitgeklim, maar toe die tyd vir hom om uit te klim by sy stop, toe die twee mense wat hy geleentheid gekry het, hulle het geweier dat hy moet uitklim.
They drove when they arrived at the circle after Saldanha Bay.
Let's just hear whether there's a comment. Can you comment on that?
Ik heb geen commentaar van ik heb geen kennis van dat.
Thank you.
I have no comment, my lord, because I bear no knowledge of that.
You were going to the circle.
At the circle, they passed the circle, but before they passed the circle, there was the other double cab white van that was standing there. Immediately when this one arrived, the one that was standing followed the one he was given a lift in.
Hulle het na die cirkel toe gekom, nee, voordat hy die cirkel verby gery het. Daar was ook 'n ander double cab bakkie wat daar gestaan het. En toe het hulle verbykom of verbygaan by die cirkel, toe die ander bakkie, double cab bakkie wat daar gestaan het, het hierdie voertuig die double cab bakkie agtervolg waar my kliënt in was.
Any comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Geen commentaar. Ik probeer net denken, waar is een cirkel?
No comment, my lord. I'm trying to figure out where's the circle.
I was thinking, as you come from Vredenburg, there's a traffic circle
Dis hier ek het lag by.
where you can go to Langebaan to the right or
Yeah.
Vredenburg to that side. So I'm trying to visualize. You come from Vredenburg and then there's a vehicle parked on the other side of the circle. And as they pass, this other one now followed.
Dis reg. Dankie lag by.
Yeah.
That's correct. Thank you, my lord.
He started to worry. He asked these people, where are you taking me to? I want to alight with my cousin's boyfriend. They refused.
Hy begin op bekommerd te word, nee, toe het hy gesê hy wil uitgeklim het met my niggie se kerel, maar hy het geweier.
Any comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Geen commentaar lag by.
No comment, my lord.
This buggy drove through Saldanha, past Diasville, towards Jacobs Bay Ocean.
Hierdie voertuig het verby deur Saldanha gery, verby Deeswil tot Jacobs Bay.
Geen commentaar lag by.
No comments, my lord.
That's where now he realized that these are police. He could see the firearms.
Dit is wanneer hy opgelet het, dit is polisiebeampte, want hierdie persoon het 4 wapens gehad.
I won't finish this. It is in his plea. The point I want to make. No one could have gone to Diasville to look for my client because at that time he was being assaulted by these people who gave him lift at Jacobs Bay. From Jacobs Bay to sea border officers.
Want ek stel dit in u, niemand sal kan my kliënt gaan soek het in Deeswil. Die rede daarvoor, want hierdie mense wat vir hom 'n geleentheid gegee het, hulle is met hom Jacobs Bay toe gegaan en van daan geran en vir hom na seaborders toe geleen.
Mr. Kabai, it's clear that you won't finish today. So get to a point where you're comfortable that you can break. Don't tell me it's now. Then
I didn't get the last comment, Your Worship.
I said, you look at your laptop, don't tell me it's now. But get to a point in your cross-examination where you feel comfortable that you can break there and proceed on Tuesday. because you're not going to finish today.
No.
So just get to a point where you're comfortable that you know you've made your point on a specific issue, and you're going to start with a different issue on Tuesday.
Okay. What is your comment, Mr. Lombard?
Wat is u kommentaar, meneer Lombard?
Ek kan Ms. Kabay net weer die herhaal so.
Can Mr. Kabai please repeat the question, my lord?
So they now drove with him and they had firearms.
Hulle het saam met hom gery, het hulle 4 wapens gehad.
So included in the statement was he then realized that they are police.
Hy het dan gesê dat hy
And they
opgeleid.
drove towards Jacobs Bay.
Hy het dan
Through
opgeleid.
Deersville to Jacobs Bay.
Hy het opgeleid hierdie mense het 4 wapens en toe hy daar gesien dat dis polisiebeampte want hulle saam met hom gery verby deur Saldanha verby Deersville tot in Jacobs Bay waar hy was aangerand en daarvan af was hy geneem na Seaboard kantore toe.
Edelagbare, as ek reg verstaan, assosieer of het Stefan assosieer die feit dat die persoon 4 wapens gehad het, dat hulle as polisiebeamptes is.
My lord, if I understand correctly, the accused person is saying that because these people had firearms, so now he's associating and saying that they are police officers.
Dit is alom bekend dat baie civilians, gewone burgers ook 4 wapens het.
It is a known thing that most civilians also have firearms.
I don't think one can infer that it's just because of the firearms. You have to look at the context. Because Ms. Gabai continues by saying, after they had done all of this to him, and she's going to get to the detail most probably Monday morning or Tuesday morning, they then took him to Seaboard. So there's the link between getting him on the side of the road, then first going to soften him up, and then taking him to Seaboard offices. You see that?
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, my lord.
Do you see now why the details of the person you allege they went to fetch my client in Deersville, do you see why they're important to the defense?
Sê u nou hoekom dit is belangrik dat die persoon wat sê hulle het my kliënt by Deersville genaal?
Dis korrek, Edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
For today, I will stop here, Mr. Lombard.
Vandag ek gaan hier stop in die Lombard.
All right. I was not going to push further on for 2 reasons. One does not want to disturb the cross-examination of the cross-examiner at a point where it doesn't make sense, and I can see we're not going to finish with a witness. But more importantly, I have to get out of here rather sooner than later, because I know that I'm going to have an attack. So instead of me coughing and not being able to continue, I would rather take the adjournment now. We've in any event sat almost 6 hours, if not more, today. So Mr. Apollos and Mr. Van Rijn, you will be held in Malmesbury Correctional Center again. Ms. Smith, you in Langebaan Saps. We will resume on Tuesday morning, it's the 1st of April, same place, and we're aiming to start at 8:30 in the morning. It is early, much earlier than usual, but we're going to try and do it. If we slightly delayed, it might be because there's a lot of role players that have to make adjustments to their programs. So let's see how far we get next week. And to those that's going to hit the roads, travel safely and sort out your diaries on Monday. I will see you on Monday. Have a good weekend. Court adjourned.
Yes, Nancy.